Okay, so let me continue to speculate on what is causing what facets of behavior with through my models, because there is a slight ambiguity, which I'm not sure what is generating what. Now, it could be that both are sources of the same kind of behavior. That another way of summarizing cerebral histrionic is essentially that people are living in their own unconscious. So because they haven't made the right kind of distinction whether they can, let's say, properly order and separate the higher and the lower register. Uh, so their identity complex is camouflaged in the participatory arena, and then as soon as that they reference an environmental object, then they're on solid ground. They're turned to stone as well, simultaneously, as being on solid ground, because then they can just sort of say, well, I'm part of my environment, and you have transgressed the law of the jungle, essentially. Uh, and so they're constantly making these kinds of dependencies and reliances on sort of external metaphysics, on the environmental sort of intrinsic metaphysic. And sorry, let me tie in some things. So I mean, I'm thinking about some interactions that I've had personally with people recently, and the kinds of crazy, distorted things that happen with people's communication, and how sort of weirdly dishonest they are. Uh, the actual dishonesty that I was just thinking on there is different from the intellectual dishonesty of the cerebral histrionic. But I was going to get into the point of talking about how I think that there is a kind of complex that forms where you have someone who lends the cerebral histrionic sympathy, and then they end up creating a kind of a complex of stability between two developmental. So you have a kind of Keegan stage 4.5 sort of granting sympathy to a Keegan stage cerebral histrionic 2.5, if I can use that as a kind of metaphor. And then they are both, because essentially the 4.5 is creating the environment, is creating the antenna that receives and is sensitive enough to pick up the participatory lay of the land, that they are the surveyor, they are the quantitative what is it called, quantitative surveyor of the participatory realm. So they are kind of like this regent, or a satrap or something. They are the local dominion holder, representative of the sublime, or of the supreme, or of the optimized participatory arena. And then the denizens of this are the ones that they are granting sympathy to. But the problem is that these satraps, they require their own. It's almost like the reverse of Simon the sorcerer. That Simon, who wanted to buy the gospel from some apostles, and then was being rebuked. It's very similar to Simon, except they're perhaps doing something even worse than. And you remember how the height at which Simon was being chewed up about it over, and that I think that these 4.5s are doing something much worse than Simon, because essentially they're saying, buy my gospel from me, pay my price, and my price essentially is to withstand my small dishonesty and my hypocrisy, because that's all that can be done, is this kind of nihilistic metafluidity. Sorry, I'm actually sort of in disagreement with Keegan on some of his stages of development, and how he would describe some of the conundrums, because what he calls Keegan stage 5, I just think is another sort of permutation of Keegan stage 4.5, which again has to do with sort of having this high status within the participatory arena, and I have a different kind of high status in the participatory arena, but it's one that I can only discern, and that other people are either mystified by because they're not capable of actually, they're too busy trying to contrast me against hypotheticals of how the participatory arena should be contended with, and then when they're engaging in that meta discussion, which I'm open to that negotiation, they can't keep their story straight, and they keep on wanting to reset the ambit of the exchange. They keep on wanting to say, oh, but if you had said this differently or something like that, instead of confronting and dealing with what I did say. So there's always this kind of counterfactual. They want to be able to unilaterally. We can't just proceed through this, whatever this is. It's not an argument with me. It's an argument with some projection onto me, and and while they're giving me mandates, saying that I'm giving mandates, and how do I justify my the most kind of abject hypocrisy from these Keegan stage 4.5 dolts. But it's more, you see, it's interesting because the Keegan stage 2, the cerebral histrionics, I think the best way to deal with them, roughly generally speaking, is essentially to confront them with their own stupidity, which then they try to mask with their own kind of emotional investment and dependency on what it is that they're doing, because essentially they live within the forest, within the mystery forest of their participatory arena, and it impresses itself upon them, and they're just coping with it. They can't see how they could ever develop a hand over, and then the Keegan stage 4.5, who essentially is designing their interface with the participatory arena by treating it as a set, by treating it as a complete set, then creates this dastardly sympathy and connection between the two. It really, I think, it is similar to, sort of the Wicked Witch and the Flying Monkeys. That the cerebral histrionics then are kind of the flying monkeys, and the Wicked Witch are these Keegan stage 4.5 people who just want other people to pay the price for them to extol their, and their price is not too high. They say, well, our service fees are really quite meek and reasonable. So let us do our work. Just pay us our toll, and so they can both laterally sort of engage in what I would generally call is general trolling, on the level of not having to properly distinguish in independent understanding and be separate from the participatory arena, but instead they've kind of homogenized it, and they've homogenized it in these tokens and in these signs, and this leads to a kind of rigidity in terms of that, that they have to manufacture a sign, within the participatory, because they can't directly confront and deal with what they listen to, and so then they have to sort of manufacture a particular narrative that fits one of their tropes of how the participatory arena needs to flow, which they are constantly cultivating, or that's maybe the wrong word, not, but that they are constantly I can't think of the right word, but in the same way that, like, a farmer has to toil the soil and do the preparatory work of priming and sort of entrapping people to forcefully induct themselves into that local municipal, so it's like, we're going to make the plane land here by setting up all the conventions and the totems, so to force compliance, so that we can know how, it's sort of like, in the Christian thing, it would be perhaps metaphorically described as, that they are going to set up a kind of booby trap and set up a kind of tripwire to catch the thief in the night. Anyway. Now, I was going to talk about some manifestations of this, which is not an exchange that I had recently, but something that I was leaving a long comment about recently. Um, I mean, I do think Roman is essentially a cerebral histrionic, and if you look at his recording on monarchism, why he is a monarchist. I mean, look, look. There's a lot of and this is a lot of cerebral histrionics will have like little mechanisms or heuristics or whatever, which if they could just be laid out in some kind of decent context of some kind of coherence, general coherence, or some kind, they would be fine. And in some sense, I do think Roman does have a almost an intuitive web of understanding, but it doesn't hold together. It can't really take that much scrutiny. It's kind of like a hodgepodge of intuitive sewing together. But the issue that I have essentially is that with his monarchism, let's just say, is that it works within a liberal open democracy. It works within the framework of it's kind of that whole strategy is kind of parasitic on a kind of open liberal order. I would say fundamentally. So and um, so that you can engage in that kind of heuristic, perhaps that kind of monarchism. You can do that in your own private scale, in your own personal relations. You can go and find a company that is run like a monarchism, because then it's a company that's run better, and you can associate with people in terms of their status. But this is all done on the private scale. It's not done with the kind of with the coercive measure of politics, and and how that contorts the integrity of justice and the structure of the law. Because that is how you get sort of paradoxes of self deception and things like that, and things aren't regulated well. When I say regulated, I mean like on a kind of on a meta level of meta ethics. That things just are untethered from any kind of intrinsic stability, because no one has done the actual reasoning and making sure that things line up to values, because you've got monarchism uh, being the operative engine that everything is flowing from. And Ramon's idea, well, this bootstraps accountability. I mean, it bootstraps accountability within a process which is very, very inefficient. In fact, it's so inefficient, it's really not even worth talking about how it has to have a duty that it is responsible to the people via this kind of historical mechanism that eventually means that it will undermine itself. The kind of the best counterexample that I can give to this is the movie The King 2019, which is about King Henry of Britain, or is it of England? I guess no, I guess it was of Britain, but that is a king. That movie was made to help me win the argument against Roman and against his monarchism. If you just watch that movie, it is basically the substantiation of the claims that I made in my comment against Roman, that oh man, I can't remember everything that I said in my comments, but I made some general claims which were almost like factual claims, that sort of that we have to work with the liberal order, because if we don't, we're just going to essentially be beholden to a plutocracy, which is going to um, you know essentially is not capable of keeping the machinery of a society from imploding, because it's so addicted to sort of power games in the medium term, and sort of propping itself up. And monarchism is so brittle and weak, um, without it being mediated or by other very deep structures that are in fact deeper than monarchism. And so if they have to be tempered by structures which are fundamentally deeper than monarchism, then why not just ground your society in those deeper structures and have it transparent to begin with? So and then I think the call to, let's say, getting the liberal, open, democratic, constitutional framework right, and so justice is the independent judge that we need to limit and curb political excess, and the idea that that there's less political excess because of the stability that monarchism, the structure of monarchism, sort of gives people sovereignty, or not people in general, but gives a sovereign sovereignty, and therefore they don't have to work at that, and therefore they could then devote themselves to public service and structuring things. The problem is that even that itself is a model of corruption, because you get the monarchy itself, and I mean this, if you actually have ever spoken to a monarch, okay, which I guess most people haven't, or sorry, when I say monarch, let me just broaden that, but if you've spoken to people who are in line for a throne, and you actually, they some of them understand these issues very, very deeply and seriously, and they will say things like, that was already tried and it failed. It failed in the guillotine. Queen Anne. The Tower of London. Is that what the name of the book is? That's the I think the general settled view is that monarchy is a kind of accessory to religion, essentially, and it can only kind of model some kind of religious order or religious structure of value, or value proposition for other people to imagine through their contact with having a sovereign. But then the sovereign, in some sense, has this latitude of indulging in their own, because the sovereign is not a perfect example. It's a religious accessory. It's not itself a religious icon. And so, if you're going to sacrifice your political structure to something that isn't even an icon of proper faith or belief or something like that, but is going to be a kind of a model of humanity in all of its imperfections and falling short, then you've just basically created what already exists in the West without monarchy, which is celebrity. They are just a particular kind of celebrity with, let's say, more stability, because they inherited the celebrity. And the idea that, okay, well, if you can have some persistent, let's say, celebrity role model who are celebrities merely for their ability to conserve some kind of status quo and some kind of political settlement. Look, I mean, if that political settlement has other things in it, it's not absolutely nothing, but I do think that it still subverts the proper exposition of a full, because this, in some sense, you're saying you would rather have a symbol of an understanding than an actual understanding in the immediate, in the proper, in the, and you can say, well, some people, they need role models in order to be guided towards thinking about, or then they have some matter, some content that they can meditate over in order to generate their own understanding. And, again, like, why can't you just take that from the private sphere? Why do you need to have that over your political structure? I mean, I can understand that you could say, well, there's a kind of intellectual humility that is built into that, because then you can say that your structure is not fully systematized because it actually falls under a human being that we consider to be sovereign. And so, it does, as a metaphor, as a mystery, it does have a pretty good pantheon of metaphors that can help you orientate a general worldview which is less insane than the American, because I do think that there's something about the American political structure which essentially is, that generates this kind of juvenile behavior. But, on some metrics you can say that they profit from that, because America is, essentially an incredibly rich society. And so, how they are inoculated in that society against the things that they're inoculated against, but then also the sort of the price of that inoculation in terms of this infernal trolling culture. I've spoken a lot about the American troll, essentially, which I think is sort of woven into the DNA of their legal theory, of their conception of justice, which is completely beholden by the democracy. So they have this kind of relativism deeply ingrained in them, in which they don't really believe that justice is anything other than something like the moral sentiment of the majority, or something like that. I mean, that's effectively what the definition of justice is, apart from maybe some added sprinkling of so-called due process. I mean, but what makes it due? The democracy defines what makes it due, has decided on the content of what is due. So, everything that is value laden within the American justice system, so-called, is a democratic fiat, essentially, supposedly within the ambit of the Constitution, but the Constitution itself is lines in the sand to be redrawn relativistically, and in some sense, the democracy overtly has full control over the constraint that the Constitution offers, because they can section out the Constitution, they can rewrite every amendment effectively. I mean, technically they can't rewrite it, they have to essentially ignore it, because you can only add constitutional amendments so you can actually see the history, the ugly history of how things have been sectioned out. So it's a kind of, it's a pockmark of their supposed development, and in some sense it's that's that feeble little thing is almost the only thing holding them back from their own shame. Look where we, because essentially then they end up with a document that says, look how far we've come, and look the twists and the turns that we've taken. And at some points, perhaps there's going to be a forced error there, where you will actually see the twist and the turn happen twice, and then you will actually have to wonder if this whole constitutional container, if this whole vehicle, isn't badly contrived, and badly framed and formulated, and isn't there something that we need to fix fundamentally here? Anyway, I'm not going to reproduce all my recordings on this topic. That is a separable and deep topic in itself, and I talk about the spiritual poison that is inculcated. I mean, let me just make a future prediction, because you can see the contradiction in the American system, in which the Supreme Court struck down Joe. This is a perfect parallel here, in terms of the conflagration, which is innate within the American constitutional structure, that the Supreme Court said that the government can mandate vaccines for government employees in government institutions, or whatever, like state-run, I guess, publicly controlled hospitals. But the state cannot say that private companies can have to mandate vaccines for their workforce. That is an overstepping. Okay, so there you have, that there's a separation between the public and the private, between the liberal, open democratic order and state power. Now, that's a fine decision. Okay, but the contradiction here comes when Joe Desantis, sorry, am I saying his name right? Oh my word. Is his first name Joe? No, it's not. Anyway, sorry. The so bad with names, isn't it? It's Ron DeSantis, isn't it? Anyway, but DeSantis, the governor of Florida, technically he didn't make the legislation, but he's certainly the leader, probably, of the party in his state, and he's the driving force behind it. But and he was perhaps had a hand in helping architect the road to developing this legislation. But I believe it's Ron Desantis, comes up with something that is needed in the American system, but I think is incompatible with the American system, is he wants to say big tech censorship is too much centralized power. And, he states it quite clearly because he knows that he's in shaky territory, I would argue. He says that these are unprecedented times and we have to essentially expand. Well, he in some sense, he's trying to create a constitutional right for just administrative action by private entities. So Ron DeSantis, man, I hope that's his first name. I'm sorry if I'm butchering this. Is basically saying we want to mandate and regulate the internal stricture of private entities. So the Supreme Court says you can't mandate vaccines. Private companies, the government can't tell private companies how to mandate, compliance or the take up of vaccines by their workforce. But DeSantis wants to regulate how private companies set up rules in terms of their terms of service when they are platforms and they have people engaging on those platforms. Now, I think that the legislation that DeSantis has ushered through is eminently reasonable and is completely, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just that it's incompatible with the American framework in terms of how the American structure is and I do think that this is going to force the Supreme Court now to deal with this contradiction head on. And whatever rationalization that they make for it, it's going to reformulate the contradiction inherent in the American justice system, so called, because essentially the conception of justice is fundamentally defined by the democracy, and then the democracy is also curtailed in how the state is constitutionally barred from getting itself involved in the private sphere. And this is just not a stable way of actually regulating, or what's the word, regulating in the most general meta-ethical way possible. That's not. There's no real grounding there. It's just lines in the sand that get usually shifted by the democracy itself. That the democracy is treated as a collective sovereign. The democracy in the American system is fundamentally the king. And so it will get its way no matter what. But it has to sort of leave a trail of carnage, of promulgation, of repromulgation, repeal, and redefinition. So it just has to come up with some kind of rationalization, some kind of structure and essentially this becomes a kind of a post hoc, okay, maybe that's a bit of an illegitimate way of describing it, but essentially the thing is that they don't have to run on principle, they can just run on repromulgating their rationalization. And so the democracy is never accountable for its own reasoning and its own thinking. It can just radically repudiate itself and just move the goalposts, essentially, and it never has to actually settle into any kind of consistency or accountability. Or if it is or if it isn't, you can say that the people at large are collectively responsible for that kind of lack of integrity. So essentially you are trying to condense a kind of lowest common denominator integrity from the masses. Now I think that the only way to have a stable liberal order is that you have to have an independent justice, an independent judiciary that is capable of holding the democracy itself to account by immutable principles, essentially, which can be policed by legal tests which are constantly being refined and perfected, but the principles and the values that are being catered to by or worked on from let's say first order and second order principles, law has to be quite sophisticated, but then at least then you've got a kind of reason and not just the rationalization of due process, because the rationalization of due process is just a kind of, is really an invitation into being a troll, is invitation into being a cerebral histrionic. And so, you've got a nation which is which is encouraging people to first become a cerebral histrionic, which is, if you're going to, and I do think that the American Constitution is a kind of it is a technology of social engineering. I think that this was done consciously. Um, that it does have some useful historical fruit, because it is a kind of philosophy machine, a kind of beacon of the philosophy of liberty, but it ends up being an altar that has never been lit. It's an altar that remains unquenched in terms of its ideological promises, its window dressing, its pretty flowery language in the Bill of Rights. Is all essentially a false promise, and it is kept, and it is sacrificed, or it is ceded by the whim of the democracy, essentially. Um, so you don't have you don't have dignity for the individual in such a society when justice is not etched into the fabric of the republic, but instead it belongs to the democracy, who has the whip hand over it. It's a waste of a constitutional structure on a technical level. I can just make this kind of argument. If you're going to have a supreme constitution, what is the point if you're just going to essentially relegate it into essentially demagoguery as the ultimate arbiter? So if you're going to have a supreme constitutional framework, and then as soon as you do, you say, well, it belongs to democracy. Democracy can uninvent itself, and I would say de facto it has, except it's undetectable because the American framework and structure just doesn't have enough sort of accountability woven into it. Checks and balances on a structure which fundamentally fudges the conceptualization of justice itself is asking for self-deception, but maybe that is the fruit of the American experiment. At the end of the day, it is to criticize it and garner an awareness of darkness and fix the problem from that philosophically modeled conundrum. But so there goes my description again of America as an unlit altar. And it's interesting how the evolution of America culturally has taken place, the degeneration, and I can just point to one symbol, is that the original crest of America was a phoenix, and then it was changed to the eagle. And you know how different those things are. Phoenixes rise from the ashes. They're a symbol of rebirth. Eagles kill their own children because of eugenics. That's what eagles do, the noble eagle. And when you are cerebral histrionic and you are eugenically culling your own children, as it were, or you're cultivating them to live in this society full of trolls where there's no dignity for the individual because it's ungrounded, it's grounded only in the democracy itself. So this is perhaps, look, I don't know if this is true or not, and I'm just going to use it as a metaphorical analogy. Eagles have such good eyesight, obviously. That's how they live, and that's how they survive as being a proficient eagle. And then they use this eyesight, which they use to be successful in their environment, in their selective pressures, and to be a successful eagle. They use this eyesight on their own children, and they can say, okay, well, I can see with my eyesight that some of these children, what are they called, chicklings or whatever, some of these chicks are I can see that some of them are better than others, some of them are stronger than others, according to what I can understand through this incredibly good eyesight. And so then, why don't I just do the selection myself? And so you end up, the problem with that is that it's a self-referencing behavior. As soon as you start doing that, you'll never stop doing it, because it's the thing that then controlled, potentially, that's not entirely true, but essentially this is the fire that the cerebral histrionic won't walk through, because they don't want to have a hand over their own participatory domain, because then, sort of, they can't be an authentic, what they would generally conceive of as authenticity, but essentially they would lose their naturalistic integrity, which them grappling with their environment, their participatory arena, in this one-to-one way, in which that, sort of, they are kind of addressing their participatory arena as a collective spirit. There is there's a religious word that relates to this. It's kind of, man, I can't remember what it is. I think it is collected. I was thinking of a different word, but it's probably also connected to the idea of perennialism as a religion. It is a kind of perennialist religion, and so they are mired in a problem which they don't want to start. They even know the category of the solution, but they don't want to start working the category of the solution, because then they'll be in doubt, and they would rather have the solidity of dealing with the crystallized participatory they would rather be confronted with the problem and be stable within their own identity within that container. They would rather live in that box, as it were, and then be very embarrassed or complain that other people might describe them as living in a box, because they need to believe that this is the proper map of the territory of the participatory domain. And so there's a bad faith self-deception there, which will also manifest as intellectual dishonesty as they fabricate their own substitute integrity, but essentially because they don't want to go off into the left field as they see it, as essentially onto the shaky ground, whereas they already are on shaky ground, but at least they see themselves as being a stable identity in the shadow of this collective vision of the participatory arena, which they've kind of turned into a collective spirit. So they see themselves as wrestling with the world spirit, and that's a noble. The Atlas would they are. I can't think of an adjective. The adjectival form of Atlas. I was going to say Atlian, but that doesn't have an S in it. Atlassian. Okay, anyway, that sounds a bit ridiculous, but anyway, so sort of Atlas is their hero, and I guess I shouldn't have invoked Atlas, because now I'm going to have to really embellish that mythological motif in order to bring in more things. But this is why let's say the Greek religion was so vital in its spiritual potency, although because without directly saying that there is a need for an understanding, things are framed in a kind of, you have these metaphysical issues which are framed in the genus of understanding heroism. And this is also why I don't think the Greek religion can be regarded as a polytheism, not in the same way that Hinduism is, at least. It's a pantheon is not the same as a polytheism, and in some sense, the idea of the pantheon itself, I think, is closer to the concept of the Trinity in some sense, if I can just phrase it like that. But it's also quite different from monotheism and Trinitarian, the actual full importance of the Trinity. In some sense, it's the obverse of the Trinity. It's the functional milieu and the spheres of and tropes of worldly participatory models of and you could say that they're generally models of the problem. The problem is the problem with Greek religion is that it does actually get complete, and when you complete it, you don't have an understanding of God, but you have an understanding of some aspect of the embodied scope of the intricacies of the problem, as it were. So in some sense, you don't understand the true God when you fully understand the Greek religion. What you end up understanding is something like Hades. You understand death. You understand the facets and the crystalline structures and the resonances of the way of the dead. It's sort of and in, I think, a digestible form in which that one can it's a kind of agnostic spiritual food to some degree, and so it's problematic in its agnosticism. And it does a little bit suffer from looking at everything through the eyes of an individual hero, essentially. So the kind of the idea of communion is not explored within kind of the anthropomorphic view of all the different facets of the participatory arena, of the unconscious side of the mind, in my model. So that makes it slightly defective, but I mean, you can't, as false religions go, it's not going to have everything in it, but I do think that you could probably make good use of it, in that you could repurpose all the myths as a kind of, as almost like a kind of Aesop's fables to sort of get some principles, especially for young children. I do think that it serves the same sort of function as mystery stories, which are used in mystery schools. Without the right context, though, it might have a deleterious effect. But anyway, going off on this huge tangent. But yeah, I mean, I think it is good because essentially it crystallizes the mysteries. And I mean, look, what I'm saying is nothing new. I mean, hopefully I'm explicating it to some level of clarity, but essentially I'm just reinforcing the commonly held view in classical scholarship, even, that there's something in the soul that inclines us to Greek, and when you say something like that, then essentially, I mean, I'm just explicating that, it's a good way to field mystery, and you do need mysteries because, perhaps the problem is if you're not interested in solving them, and in some sense, the problem with the so-called Greek religion is that the mysteries end up being so balanced that the only thing that it kind of offers you, that in some sense it's inducting you to have a deep meditation on, is to deeply meditate hubris. Actually, there's another word. I don't know, someone told me about this. It was a very useful word. There's another word which people often conflate with hubris, but it's not. It means something different. But it means sort of like that one has a hand in one's own fate, in generating one's own fate. somewhat, so they're almost two sides of the same coin, and I think that what that same coin is the true religion, essentially, or one way of looking at the true religion is sort of between hubris and this word that I can't remember the exact word, but I've roughly given a definition of it. You collaborating in your own downfall. And sort of the mystery between those two things, in some sense, is something like proper self-knowledge and understanding is perhaps a door to a deeper meditation on deeper things that will hopefully give a more integrated understanding and resolution, but not perhaps to the problems framed in the Greek mythology. But I mean, even, there's even, I mean, usually they're not even thought about, in some sense, because, you're not, people are cautioned, even within the Greek culture, in the ancient Greek culture, essentially, this caution abounds constantly. Don't try to think that you're reliving the story of one of these myths. You're not a demigod, you're not this, you're not that. That itself is a kind of hubris. So, it is already, you are inducted into treating it as an abstract meditation, as it were, on almost participatory tendencies or themes or metaphysical, ideals. So in some sense, it's an exercise in some kind of discerning. Anyway, sorry, this has gone off way too much. But essentially, I mean, well, maybe it's actually pertinent to this general thing, because I mean, this is the quagmire which cerebral histrionics don't want to wade into. They already want to have a full ontological map as to what they're likely or destined to receive at the end of going through this kind of torturous patience, because while they are patiently engaged in delving into the mystery, their subconscious is going to be suspended. Their subconscious is going to be stilled, in terms of, because without a participatory arena which is condensed into a holistic grappling thing that they can have a subconscious identity, they're going to lose, their subconscious identity is going to be put into the mix and held in abeyance while they are contending with the mystery. And losing themselves in that sense, they don't want to lose themselves in that sense. So they'll wait for a vicarious redemption, or they'll wait for a collective salvation, or some kind of collective destiny, some kind of blood and soil, some kind of ideology of, well, somebody else will come. They're waiting for the second coming. They're antichrists because they're waiting for the second coming. They don't see that the kingdom of God is at hand, which means that if it's at hand, it's within grasp, but they don't want to seek the kingdom. They literally, the scripture, the kingdom of God comes not with observation. They are literally running that in reverse. But they are promising themselves that the kingdom of God will come with observation. They just need to observe their participatory arena. And yes, because anything that I say can also be described in terms of the participatory arena, which means that you can contextually debauch anything and make anything sound like its opposite by essentially ignoring the context of the grammar of the communication or whatever. And so, the cerebral histrionic plays that kind of game, but they play it supposedly as a solidified identity, whereas the 4.5, how did I call them before? I don't think I gave them a title, but the other kind of immaturity of the person who has waded into the mystery, but then who is treating the participatory arena as a meta-fluidity participation, you know, are the Simons in the world that are want people to pay for their services, their magic tricks, Simon the Sorcerer, and then they want to go and purchase other things as well that are good, but they're not willing to pay the steep price for the refined garment, as it were. They want people to pay their price for their services, and they don't have fine enough. Simon was perhaps even in a better position. I mean, I don't know. People might have their, but I mean, I come from a Christian tradition in which it is understood that Simon the Sorcerer is Peter, becomes the Apostle Peter. Anyway, although that isn't telegraphed directly in the scripture, I think it's there to be discerned as well, but it also comes to us via tradition. And in some sense, or anyway, maybe I should comment on this just to cover myself, but when tradition is thus innocuously relied on, it's irrelevant, because when it might as well be reproducible within the discernment, then it's innocuous enough that it's irrelevant, to really wonder if tradition is a valid source or not, or something. Especially when you're grounded in the spiritual understanding and not in some kind of facticity, I mean, spellcraft or narrative witchcraft. I mean, there's nothing in the scripture which is about the factual thing. It's about the spiritual truth. I mean, it's interesting that the contradiction of what I've just said, in my view, is an explanation that proves my point even more. Essentially, is sort of the exception that proves the rule. I mean, I can just there is I can't remember exactly which book it's in. It shows how bad my general knowledge is of these things, but it's in one of the books written by Moses. And, well, I mean, in some sense, Moses replicated this. He was transmitting it and keeping it in the canon. So he wrote it into the Bible, but he didn't write it directly himself first. Where it's talking about events that happened long before his time. Where there's some kind of war that's going on, some kind of skirmish, and in the war, the gates held, and there were all these gates in the city, and essentially it is meticulously recorded the locksmiths who fashioned essentially the defense of these gates in whatever mechanisms were there in order to stop the gates from being penetrated. And it is utterly meticulously recorded, as to sort of which locksmiths, sorry, that might be the wrong term, but roughly correct, which locksmiths fortified which gates. And you could, I mean, I believe that you can very much clearly tell that this was part of the deal, because essentially, when I say it was part of the deal, is someone said, okay, well, these gates must not fail. And everyone was like, well, we could make it that our gate basically wouldn't fail, but what's the point when somebody else's gate is just going to fail anyway, and then they're going to breach the city walls. And so sort of in order to create this kind of accountability, there was, okay, well, these facts will not be overlooked. The facts of which locksmiths are at which gates, so that when we know which gate will if a gate might fall, we'll know which collective group of locksmiths, whatever, were the weak link. And so we have to live with a canon, a Bible that is inflated with essentially a deal that was crafted on the fly in order to sort of rope in the kind of the cerebral histrionic spiritual toxicity and provide enough of a record in order to, because there is this, because essentially that record bears heaven does not spiritually impress itself enough upon these people, because they don't have a coherent understanding, and instead they are dealing with a participatory domain. They are under the umbrella of they're under the water as well. They're under the water of the sea even. They haven't yet graduated to sort of to walk on water, and before you walk on water, you have to sort of be able to get wet and not and know that you should be dry and you shouldn't be wet, but somehow cope with that indignity as you actually develop and grow. But sort of and there's never been a safe space for that in culture. There's only ever been a space for that within a subculture, within some kind of intimacy or some kind of genuine, deep integrity in a kind of camaraderie or something like that. It's in a private space. It's not because the participatory metaphor can paint anything and everything. And so, if you always try to view these things in, well, would this be acceptable to the everyman, then you end up having to pollute your scripture with factoids, like which locksmith is responsible for which gate. And, how much papyrus or how much paper in the olden day, which was very expensive, was carrying that pockmark of having to tolerate these cerebral histrionics because of, well, I guess, it was, I mean, it's an interesting use of scripture. Anyway, and I mean that slightly pejoratively, but I mean also, I've just used it as an example, so perhaps that's its fruitfulness. But so you can't argue with it either way. You see, that's the thing. Is sort of to argue with its inclusion or that it should be excluded is already to sort of get yourself mangled into this infernal sort of thing. But and I think that this can be intuited from the actual events themselves, as it were, that are included and that contextualize the listing of these facts. But anyway, I mean, I'm not making a deductive argument because it can't be deductively extracted from the scripture, because the written word is dead. The written word contains no understanding. That is for the discerning to do. The letter killeth, and the spirit giveth life. So, none of these meditations are themselves the solution, as it were. But I guess the biggest thing of wading into trying to solve these mysteries, or trying to find, is that it's not about solving all the mysteries, but it's about finding a sufficient mystery that is broad enough, or that carries enough water with it, that then at the resolution of that mystery, then you've got a handle and you're able to walk on the water, as it were, and you're able to keep yourself dry, instead of falling into the unconscious and getting it on you and getting it painted over you. And that's a kind of experiential wisdom, to some degree, but it's also a kind of propositional clarity, and it's a propositional technology as well, in terms of propositional knowledge, as it were. But it's propositional knowledge that is fundamentally, it needs to be grounded within your subconscious perspective, the identity complex. So understanding, the proper way in which the propositional and the perspectival are together distinct and are capable of holding themselves as properly separate from the unconscious participatory realm, and ordering that higher and lower register, and anyway, and that isn't everything, but that is understanding those mechanics is essentially understanding the full scope of the false ego complex. Then you can have a genuine false ego complex. How you solve the falseness of that is that you have to realize what you were doing all along, which is delving into the superego. So understanding those mechanisms is essentially a very dry run that still requires you to do the crucifixion, and through the crucifixion, through the ego death, through the proposition, the death of the propositional structure, you see what part of the propositional fruitfulness is conserved because it was eternal to begin with. So what part of the propositional structure is actually eternal, and then it is properly vindicated in the resurrection of that conservation, that spirit, which is the same spirit in the propositional sense, gets carried into the superego, where it heals the superego, where essentially what it was that you were doing all along, that you did not fully understand what it was that you were doing at the beginning, that's the riddle that ultimately has to be solved, which is causing all the other secondary problems. But you have to deal with the secondary problems carefully and seriously first, leave no stone unturned, before you can actually fix the whole thing. So the cause of the problem is not the proximate solution, it is the final solution. But the cause of the problem creates secondary problems, which you have to be serious. You have to seriously solve the problem of the false ego complex before you can solve the problem that is the false ego complex. So the false ego complex itself has problems. You have to seriously solve those problems. And then you can solve the problem of the thing that is holographically projecting or manifesting, or the thing that is casting the false ego complex to begin with. But you have to take the false ego, which is another way of saying the spirit in the world. The false ego complex is the combination of the spiritual understanding and the world. But if people don't even have the proper category of the understanding of the spirit, if they if they don't have those properly basic categories, then they're just going to be lost within the false ego complex, in a kind of developmental conundrum which never gets resolved. And that's what really we're dealing with. We're dealing with, that the whole world lies in wickedness, and there are lots of followers of many different devils and false teachings and false doctrines, and no one is willing to listen to doctrine and work out which doctrine is actually capable of generating in integrity and itself, because there is no inclination towards integrity. It's just kind of participatory concordance, and so you get followers of Set and followers of whatever you might call it, some perversion of some wickedness of some cult of the spirit of man. You know, there are lots of different ways in which you can classify them, and I mean, I've gone through some of them in this recording. Anyway, I'm going to have to come up with a name with Keegan's stage 4.5. That's how I'm referring to it now, but maybe demigods. No, that's not a good name, perhaps. But I mean, that is essentially how they see themselves. Yeah, I think that is actually. I'll still have to come up with a decent secular term, but I think demigods generally is a good depiction of them, because they literally see themselves as demigods. Now, I could be argued to also see myself that way, but I argue no, don't say that I see myself as a demigod. I see myself as much more than a demigod. I see myself as the only begotten Son. That my understanding is the only begotten Son. It's a very different claim, because this means that I actually have to be true to my own words, and contextualized, I can't misstep. And if I do misstep, then I must apologize. So I mean, my integrity is transparently accessible for people to rake me over the coals for. But when they try to rake me over the coals for their hypothetical, counterfactual, their own systems of debauchery or whatever, which I contend, well, I mean, if you do think that you have an understanding and that it is fully integrated, but then don't appear to me as a demigod. Appear to me in a way in which you actually succeed in your rebuke. Not this beautification participatory game of, you haven't paid my toll. No, I mean, forget about your toll. I mean, I've actually made stringent claims against you directly. Defend them, or don't, so I mean, people that they don't take doctrine seriously, because essentially it's all a meta-fluid game to them anyway. It's all a half-serious, half-hearted, because they don't see themselves as the only begotten Son. They see themselves as just very prominent, important demigods, essentially. And so they don't have this fundamental integrity that they can even defend, because essentially it's too contextualized in the participatory objective metaphysic or something like that, which they don't have to represent or defend in a coherent way, as long as they can just be. So they are self-consistent demigods. They don't have to represent integrity, essentially. So I mean, again, in my view, it falls into the category of false doctrine, essentially. And then they don't take essentially discussing or debate on doctrine seriously, because they're not so convicted, because they're more convicted in having this demigod status in themselves than they are about actually being able to, in my view, comport it with real integrity. Then this can be exacerbated by, let's say, environmental agitators, like when you see Simon coming up and asking to buy the gospel, ostensibly Simon was not involved in what he was witnessing to make him do that. He was just an audience member. So, he had a preview, and still his interaction was immediately rebuked harshly, and he was turned around, or even, And perhaps, if you read between the lines already, there is the technology of the renaming. Um, it's interesting. I mean, the interaction that I had was like people asking, "Oh, can we please reset this? Can we please go back?" Slightly confused. I mean, not exactly asking for a new name, but actually begging to be regarded newly, so that I must change the discerning that I have made. I must admit some kind of fundamental defectiveness in that I can be erroneous in my naming. Not that you must find, uh, 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 an apology and a rebirth, but I must find uh, 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 making myself a joke, so that you can comport in a way that I can pay your price and pay your toll. And I'm conflating two things here. I'm conflating the 4.5 demigod with the cerebral histrionic, and I do think that this is why they enter into allyship with each other, and they create this kind, because together they create this kind of chimeric Set. I do think together they do become worshippers of Set, because how they are collaterally interdependent, they make up this great snake that then can camouflage itself in the participatory arena, and they can consider themselves collectively sufficient because they provide sustenance for each other. It's this kind of symbiosis within the great snake. And I generally, I mean, I blame Paul van der Klee for this. I don't want to. Like, I mean, I mean that with a slight, I mean that with a slight tongue in cheek. But I do think that, because I wouldn't say, because if I ever spoke to him on this topic directly, maybe he would say to me, "Okay, well then, should I just stop what I'm doing?" And I was, "No, you don't have to stop what you're doing, because essentially, I blame not what it is that you're doing, but I blame that I disagree with you on doctrine. That you have this is not the container of what you're doing. This is the fact that you don't have enough stabilizing doctrine in what it is that you do proselyte, or in how you theologically your theology. This is a manifestation of your corrupt theology, essentially. This is a manifestation of your wishing for the end of the age of decay, and wanting some kind of vicarious redemption, some kind of panacea that optimizes the human condition. When you want a religion that is essentially a kind of sociological engine. You're trying to redeem the world in some way. And the world will never be redeemed, but I mean, look, I'm slightly talking in a technical way, because there are, I mean, maybe there is such a thing as a development of immortality, but it's going to come after the spiritual, and I say maybe, and I really don't, I'm not, this is not a promise at all. You see, even I'd rather not even state any of this, because because then it's a bribe or something like that. So because there's something about the unconscious. There's something about the participatory arena that stop being a fucking energy vampire. It's really that simple. Stop lusting after an image in your head. That is ostensibly a prophecy for the participatory arena. Just stop fucking doing that. Just look for integrity first. Look for understanding first. Look for coherence. But people aren't careful about that. They want to do that while farming something in the participatory arena, and they want to say, look, I've toiled, I've done the work, now and it really ruins things, because I mean this is where you get it's a kind of false charity. And yes, when you engage in that kind of false charity, you do also garner a kind of experiential wisdom. Because even how you have to sort of tolerate that kind of service within yourself, and how you have to understand it. I mean, that is a kind of there are lots of sources of mystery resolution that one can go poking, or in some sense you're always going to be doing something in the participatory arena. So you could say that you've extracted it from the outside, but you haven't. You've discerned it from the inside, looking out, and you're asking a question, and your spirit is asking a question. But if you are not trying to refine that spirit into a coherent understanding, if you don't take doctrine seriously, when there is doctrinal debate to be had, as it were, there's just a kind of, there's an end of the road in terms of the pedagogical. I mean, this has been the general problem, is that people have just settled, for, well, this is what my historical tradition has said Christianity is. So I'll just take that to mean what Christianity contains. And so that I won't have to go look for the proper understanding of Christianity, because it's been granted to me. I've inherited it in the world. And then you have these weird sociological homogenizations of essentially that you live in Christendom, or some other pathetically stupid hodgepodge corruption of a mixed up polytheism or deism or something like that, or essentially the zeitgeist is your prophet, the which if I don't have to say is a false prophet who's there to sell you perennialism or something like that. And look, there are perennial issues that need to be thought about. I'm not saying that dealing with perennial concerns is wrong. I'm just saying perennialism is, I think, certainly an abrogation of what Christianity actually contains. And anyway, so I mean, I guess I just have a lot of intellectual points to make against Paul, which I make these videos all the time criticizing him, and I don't see any engagement. But I mean, I guess I also can't expect that he's listened to them. But and just in terms of the crowd, the estuary, I mean, is really oh my word. I mean, that's I'm just looking at the word itself. I think that the problem is that the estuary has too much salt water in it, and it can just say, okay, well, is this the fresh water coming, the clear water mixing with the salt water, or is this, because everyone can just say, okay, well, you're the salt water coming in from the sea, so you need to be homogenized into the fresh water. What happens is when the fresh water is sailing in from the sea, actually, is the fresh water is on a boat sailing into the estuary, and this homogenized salinity is saying, you're just more seawater, have off with you. You're not getting into this homogenized participatory arena. And in my view, that's because there's this lack of understanding. I mean, this lack of the category of the understanding, and this exaltation of the participatory and grounding within the participatory. And I do think that Paul is more careful with his theology when he is dealing with this. He's more, let's say, open-ended about that question, and he's very careful how he frames these things. But his estuary has essentially given rise to this cult of Set. But I mean, that's also inevitable in some sense, because this is, let's just say that this is the common spiritual ailment of our time, of this epoch or whatever. This is which is good as well. I mean, these spiritual things, these spiritual creatures, as it were, these demons, have always existed within the unconscious, to use a metaphor, and this is how you get rid of them, is that you allow them to grow into such a state in which that they can very clearly be identified, and their features can be catalogued, as it were. Look, I mean, I don't want to pretend like I'm trying to steal the culture. I'm not trying to steal the culture. Trying to brainwash individuals, or actually, perhaps more accurately, I'm trying to get individuals, to be complicit in their own brainwashing, and assist me in helping them to brainwash themselves, in a kind of assisted self-help. Anyway, to get into the technical specifics of this, just so that I don't fall over the booby traps that might be laid up for me by the demigods out there. But yeah, I think that does work. I think I've actually come up with that term for it before. I think I've called them demigods before. It's amazing, the repetition. But at least what I'm doing now is that I'm grounding these concepts that I've already developed into more specific experiences, and so I'm linking things up. Oh, the thing that my word, I didn't even finish my first thought of this whole recording, which was, are cerebral histrionics being generated because of their guna, because they naturally have a stronger, sort of devotion than they have an oath, so the different, I mean, this is a model that I have within metagram circuitry. It has to do with the field circuits. I wonder if it's, that could be what it is that the actual, when you reduce the components of the bases of each of the metagram emotional tones, and then you kind of look at it on a, I don't know how to describe it, sort of, if you lay out the dimensions 1 to 17, or in some particular starting point and end point in which it circles back, but in some section, then something about the emotional tone reduction, it's kind of like a quasi-guna signature, depending on, and that's how you get, that might be where the conflation is. Sorry, I'm not stating this fully, but I was always working out how to, I had a thing within my model, and I've forgotten how I engineered it, and I've always been trying to reverse engineer it, and essentially the problem, which is very problematic on a kind of technical level, because that means that there's an element that these things are so complicated. So, you know, I probably had some kind of intuitive awareness of it, but without the technical specific, I'm leaving out an important facet of how metagram circuits can be contrasted or compared. You know, it's a metric of similarity, and also perhaps then of dissonance in terms of interaction. But so what you see, I don't know how metatype would intersect with this, because metatype might also have to have a certain bearing on the structure, but essentially it could have to do with the fact that a positive emotional tone and a negative emotional tone, in terms of, if I can just use that terminology quickly, the positive being that they're both cognitive ingredients are positively represented, and a negative emotional tone is one dimension of psychological reality functioning in the absence of another. So if you conflate each emotional tone into merely its 6, either into its 5 or its 6, so I don't know if it would be 5 or 6. It's probably 6. No, it's probably 5 actually. Yeah, that's what makes it irregular. Yeah, so because there are 5 sections of the 17 dimensions which are bounded by the final 5, and those 5 sections if you conflate those sections into solitary identities, and then you run that through emotion, and you redefine all the emotional tones using those conflated identities, and you do a little bit of magic in the sense that, when I say magic, I mean on a technical analysis basis, you add in the layer of interpretation that a negative emotional tone is more defined by its base than the cognitive function, which is absence from the base's operation. But a positive emotional tone could perhaps be argued to be defined more by the non-base, because the non-base emotional tone and a positive emotional tone, the non-base cognitive function in a positive emotional tone is the more accentuated one, is the more eccentric one, is the one that is more highly represented. And so then you've got, relative to emotional tones and their alchemical signatures, you've got a new translation of this whole system into a different setup and a different codex, which is going to give you a different set of equivalences. You're going to get a peculiar correspondence between the alchemical signatures and using, these new identities, of these conflated identities, using this metric of tracking that each emotional tone is predominantly defined when it's a negative emotional tone by its base, and when it's a positive emotional tone by the non-base, by the secondary cognitive function. And in that conflation, or that way of grouping emotional tones, combined perhaps also with group identities in general, because metagram circuitry is not made up of just one emotional tone. it's made up of multiple emotional tones, at least three. And there's also some further complication and sophistication, because some of them are when they are more than three, have so that okay, that's an added complication that I'll think about incorporating later. It might also not be that relevant, or it might actually open an interesting window to a level of complexity which will be very detailed and specific, and so it would perhaps be fertile ground for really pinning down exactly what's going on in terms of the different manifestations of circuitry, in terms of what's going on in terms of the superego, in terms of the primal, the terminal beast, the sacred contract, anyway. So the point is that along with these conflated identities, there's going to be a commonality, or you're going to be able to create quasi subgroupings of metagram circuitry, which are the same, because they are going to have a circuitry or a flow. They're going to have a pattern that is metaphorically like a loop that loops back with itself, and that loop is going to sort of hopscotch between different islands within the 17 model. So they're going to sort of be in this vicinity, then they're going to be in that vicinity, then they're going to be in this vicinity, and it's going to be a recurring geographical sequence within the 17 model, a recurring set of I don't want to call it mental moments, but because I'd rather have the analogy of that it's a space and not a time, but momentary progression from it's a sequence. Anyway, this is just a metaphor, but so I mean, look, I'm looking at a model of the 17 dimensions right now with the final 5 creating these different sections. So so that hopscotch trajectory, as it were, is going to be. I think Gunnar is actually incorrect. No, I mean it might be correct within some. When I say Gunnar is incorrect, I mean that there are not something like 3 Gunnars. Maybe on some basic metric it's not incorrect, but it never manifests as there's fundamentally subtype Gunnar, and the approximation of saying that there are 3 Gunnars might in fact actually be an artifact which is essentially incorrect, like is almost fundamentally fudged, because it's conflating developmental progress with how can I put this? Because if there is an intrinsic sequence in each metagram circuitry, and let's just say to begin with, the conception of Gunnar is that there are 3 archetypal prime sequences, and then there are, according to metatype perhaps, there are particular eccentricities or cross-pollination structure that means that people will have a natural propensity to be weighted into having some element of the sequence, perhaps the starting point of the sequence will be more structured, or will have more wiring than the other parts. So the other parts will sort of be more dependent on the initial impetus that gets the ball rolling, as it were, or something to do with the particular metagram circuit will have its own unique signature of sequence, which will go beyond three major guna types. And so because of that, there's going to be a particular weighting in that individual's development of their awareness of the different places or sections of the 17 model. They're going to be more familiar with sections of the 17 model. And then that can be aggregated in a kind of weird approximated way into falling into three subtypes, or into three things, because it's a peculiar, with all these different sequences that are possible when you do this kind of conflation, that it like roughly amounts to three basic types. But there are nuances, but that those nuances, or there are differences between actual subtypes, but they just kind of get thrown together as being similar enough. And that is so sort of guna is a kind of is a fudge stereotype essentially, and there's actually something that's more precise underneath it, but it might also be saved by some other insight that it can perhaps carry, or some other water that it could be carrying, in that it might be generally regarded that there is a fundamental sequence which can actually unlock being bound in the participatory mix. So, like guna might have a kind of doctrinal impetus to it, that which it does. I mean, that is also how it is used, or slightly. I mean, actually, not that profitably, I would say, because when you actually go into the Vedic literature on the false ego complex, it's trash. It's utter garbage. It's not even worth reading. It's going to just mislead people. It is literally just a it is an exercise in mystification. I think that if the Vedic priests knew about this topic, they either overtly suppressed it, or they fumbled, as in they fumbled the literature in the Vedic scripture on purpose, or just the tradition itself is fundamentally insoluble because of other corrupting influences, because of how the digestion of the spiritual matter itself was essentially was corrupted by the interface that was used, in terms of how Soma brought you into an atomized apperception of the spiritual domain, and so you could only see it as a kind of polytheism, in a kind of autistic interview with the spiritual realm. So you could technically get into details, but you were stuck in the heroism of your own enlightenment rather than actually having an understanding that is enlightened, that can be shared, essentially. So you can't share in your own enlightenment. You can just help other people to become sort of solipsistic demigods, so that they can wait for for them to escape death and rebirth, which is actually something that should be regarded more as a kind of spiritual metaphor, in the participatory domain. Because what does it mean to escape death and rebirth? It means to have eternal life and to be resurrected from the crucifixion, essentially. That's my doctrinal analysis of the corruption of the so-called Vedic philosophy. Anyway, sorry. But I mean, they do have the basics. They do have some basic components of religion quite well. The basic components of spirituality. The problem is that the container that is presented in is it's obviously been warped by eons of metaphorically speaking, eons of the lack of emphasis on the right part of what passes for doctrine. Anyway, okay, so yeah, this is good because this actually gives me a thing that I can actually do now in terms of my clerical. I can go back and run this and probably, hopefully, in the end, describe it better than what I did. I've just tried to give a general codex of what I think that, because that, to be quite frank, I mean, I knew that I needed to solve this problem essentially, but to reverse engineer this, because I was like, how did I group these metagram circuits? Like, what is similar about them? Like, I obviously used some kind of technical procedure or some kind of heuristic that obviously had an understanding attached to it, but I just knew that it was very technical, and but also kind of simplistic. But the problem is that this issue is what I've generally been trying to investigate in metatype as well, and I needed to independently find it in metatype in order so that my system would not be, so that I could validate my own system, because metatype and metagram were developed independently of one another, and so they actually have to authentically integrate, and that is a kind of that symmetry is a test, that geometric symmetry is a test of the validity of my entire system, so that I'm not just leading myself by my own breadcrumbs, essentially. Which people can easily doubt my methodology and say, well, this is all just bullshit or malarkey anyway, because they could have whatever doubts that they want about it. But because, I mean, essentially what I'm doing is, the only thing that I'm conserving between the two sides is something like my intuition. But I have, in my view, proceeded from different admitted facts. As a judge has to do, you have to control which relevant, salient things are legitimate to be inculcated within a particular leg of a particular legal test, for example. And so, and perhaps I haven't recorded that technical framing because I also haven't done, because I've been tracking that in my process and commenting on it constantly, but so it's not really possible for me to narrate it as much as that I can contend it directly, as it were. So, I can't talk on behalf of saying that I've done it objectively. I can just say, well, I've been honest and transparent about doing it the way that I've been doing it. So, it requires specific contestation if people have an issue with my, and then I'm slightly sympathetic and sensitive to people who might say, oh, but, your record is not deep enough perhaps, or I have this question, but this is an overview objectification question, and if you can't provide me an answer to this overview objectification question, then sort of what you have recorded and what you have laid bare for us is not palpable enough to be digested, or something like that. It's a blind faith or something like that. But I mean, that's an insoluble problem that science is always riddled with, because you can say, well, how much of it essentially is got a kind of, the problem is that science itself doesn't stand on any kind of validity. It stands on falsification. So I don't know how I can be expected to say, well, because I haven't succeeded in falsifying myself, then I should hypothetically feel guilty for not already kind of saying that I think that I must be wrong. Anyway, but this is the kind of paradox that sort of grounding things in science. If people haven't understood that the fundamental philosophy underpinning science is essentially, is itself very philosophically incoherent, and essentially, is the fuel of cerebral histrionics and demigods everywhere, essentially, as part of this general thing that I was talking about earlier in terms of Set, the worshippers of Set, essentially. Um, Another manifestation of Set worship. Um, anyway, okay, I think I've gone through a whole gambit of things. I think I've made progress, and this actually gives me some real clerical work to do, which has been a while since I've actually done clerical work to make progress in my theory. So that's very comforting. Okay, I just want to continue from where I left off almost. Maybe I described it quite badly in terms of this model of integration or whatever. I mean, with technical things that I haven't really revealed or explained well to the public, or on my YouTube channel at least. But I think that this might offer new insight into some kinds of complex psychopathologies which happen on a sociological level, because essentially then you can understand that people in their own personalities are I was going to say that essentially, because some of these Set worshippers, I do think, I mean, I was just revising something in my head thinking about them, that it would seem to me that the demigods actually themselves have within themselves a kind of cerebral histrionic as well. They have both, and they use it like a pincer maneuver. They are they are playing from both ends this game, and maybe there's variation in that. Maybe it's that they see themselves as a demigod and they don't see themselves as a cerebral histrionic, but they are sympathetic to actual cerebral histrionics, and they believe that that's their natural state, that they're not going to graduate from, so therefore they have to be catered to and they have to be cared for. And and so either way, they inculcate within themselves a kind of complex, which essentially is them in association with these things that they've attached, and the glue of the attachment is this kind of ethical sympathy, or anyway, I mean, I could make other derogatory phrases picturing that, but essentially what it could also be to some degree is that they are balancing their guna, if I can phrase it like that, even though I have tried to discredit guna, that their particular sequence or strength in their stack is being married to the emphasis of other people's sequences, so that they can be ever presently full circle in terms of all so they are almost pragmatically tending to their own superego in a conservatory, in terms of conserving the status quo. So, I mean, I do think that worshippers of Set, I think, is still a. I was just basically trying to say that there are perhaps three variations in terms of the worshippers of Set. That you get some who are, let's say, naively engaging in constructing this, and some which are doing so in a completely embodied way in which they have fully manifested the intellectual worldview or whatever that actually operates from their propositional mouth, as it were. They propositionally know that the propositional must subvert itself to the participatory and ground itself in the participatory, and therefore they let in all the perspectives, which then complete their full circle of their own emphasis, of their own particular specialization, which allows them to say that basically their intellectual schema has a complete ring of power, has a or has completed the Stargate or whatever, has come full circle. that this is amenable to controlling everyone and everything, because everything has its place in its order. The Lord of the Rings Ring of Power is probably the much more apt analogy than a Stargate, but essentially in the analogy of the Stargate, it's a portal to your imagination. Essentially, it pays for your imagination. It pays the transportation cost of getting you to where this is the portal to all mystery and the resolution of because you can go to places anywhere in all the people. You've got full coverage over all the people, because essentially, the idea is that the solution was in us all along, but it's not one of it lacks the kind of iron sharpening iron thing, because they've closed off, they've locked they're locked in this complex of sequence, of this collective sequencing, which everyone is sufficiently tending to each other, or so, which also, in my view, it obscures the actual liberty, the actual, let's say, the intimate point at which you actually endorse participating. You're just kind of corralled or coerced into it, into this kind of collective pattern. But I do think the collective pattern essentially is the substitute of understanding, but also that it doesn't then freely operate these sequences. It just kind of is imprinted by them. It is literally the opposite of overcoming the world. It's like, it's sort of, they start off with this quite deceptive and wicked conundrum where it's like you have to agree to participate, which means being imprinted. I wanted to phrase that differently, but I mean, it really is a subtle kind of, anyway, but instead of trying to propositionally pin that down, essentially, I wonder how much of it essentially, then I guess they have a virtual access to their superego, but they are trying to operate their superego from the unconscious by steamrolling the propositional. They perhaps are in a pseudo way, they are constructing the idea that the unconscious participatory arena is connecting to the foundation of the superego, but the only way to forge that and manufacture that claim essentially is to steamroll the propositional, and to not actually understand, that the trial of the propositional, the inferior function of the propositional, does not enter into the superego but for crucifixion and resurrection, essentially. And they're not willing to do that with their propositional. They just would rather avoid it. They would rather just seed the entire ground and steamroll it and say, well, the whole thing is they don't want to do the crucifixion, essentially. They want the world to collectively do the crucifixion through some kind of participatory conformity to some kind of ideological vicarious strategy. So it's a kind of it's this idea, well, I'm not taking myself seriously, therefore no one should take their propositional selves seriously, self in terms of the state of the mind, or the contents of the mind. Therefore, let's get the participatory realm right, and through a kind of behaviorism, everything else falls into place, because we always just needed to do the right thing, and that is what the definition of the fruit is. And then it has this dogma attached to it, which ends up becoming pseudo-propositional dogma, but they excuse it in themselves because it is supposedly grounded in the participatory fundamentally, which I think is a nonsense. I mean, that is a non-starter to begin with. It's like saying, no, the belief in science is a stupid religion, and it doesn't work as a religion, but we've worked out a science of perfection. Just don't think about perfection too much, and get with the program, and the fruit of it will prove that we're correct. So it's a kind of it's a non-reasoned argument. That they have good excuses that they can describe about this self-consistency. And it can be, and in my view, this is the problem with the worship of Set, is that you can get self-consistency, you just don't get coherence. And if you don't take your own propositional faculty seriously, to crucify it, and to also have something that actually overcomes death, that overcomes that crucifixion, and that isn't grounded in the propositional. I mean, which is deeply connected to the perspectival and not to the participatory, but is propositional is connected to the perspectival, and the perspectival is connected to the propositional, making up the understanding or the identity complex, or the spirit, the condition of the spirit. They have this, I guess, this kind of hodgepodge dissection of the spirit already. So the spirit is kind of already seen as a dead thing, that is a relic that haunts the participatory realm, and we all just have to kind of see the participatory realm in the culture, which becomes essentially an idolatry of the Holy Ghost, and that we all see ourselves in the knowledge of what is good and evil, in the perspective of the Holy Ghost, which should be forbidden, but yeah. But yeah, I think that where it gets its sustenance from is in this full circle of collecting every part of the full circle, and that is how it's fortifying itself with the idea that it is actually complete, and it is sort of fulfilling the requirements of a kind of perennialism, which therefore becomes the substitute credential for divinity. That's how they're forging their divinity, in this participatory so-called grounding. Well, if we can get a handle on all the perennial issues, if we have a solution to them, never mind if it's a coherent solution, but if we have a way to handle it, then we might as well be divine. And again, I mean, I do think that this essentially, it puts God beyond reach. Fundamentally, it means that there is no connection with God. It's only through the participatory cogging that you do yourself, and within you being a good satrap or a good demigod that is conserving this collective set of solutions or something like that, then you are tending to the flock of that you are camouflaged by, and that you know. And I whenever I think about this, I always think about the Grand Dragon Wizards, and which is perhaps exactly what, because essentially there is this pseudo access to the superego. They see just the edge of their own superego in terms of they can they can actually access the dragon in the superego. The child function of the superego actually seemingly is controlling this structure, and therefore, as they empower their dragon, and they don't have to overcome the beast. They don't have to. They can be in league with the beast. They can empower the dragon, and the dragon can feel more sophisticated than even than their own dragon itself, because it has allied with the other dragons into a set. And so they've got a kind of consortium of dragons. Grand Dragon Wizard. Yeah, I think that's exactly what they are. At least that goes back to my analogy of the, what would you call it? Of the fascists and such, and the, yeah, so that's really the source of the totalitarianism, is this the idea that you can handle things in a kind of perennialism, that you've got a hand over it, because you've got a full model of all the perennial issues, and as long as you can see them, then what you're doing must be divine or responsible in some ultimate sense, or in the real problem is that they have grounded this in their unconscious. Just trying to think of the other consequences of this, is that the unconscious is going to I mean, they are abusing their ego as to use as the connection between the unconscious and the superego, where naturally it should only be the superego that is connected to the unconscious, and therefore you actually preserve the original sin that needs to be resolved within the superego. But because they are using the ego in this way to use as a kind of it's a weird kind of pseudo, I don't know if I can even call it a pseudo crucifixion, because it is a participatory crucifixion. It's the idea that the culture itself or society itself is collectively being crucified by this methodology, by a collective, so crucifixion is not done on the individual level. It's done via the so it sets up this anathema against actual spiritual understanding. It sets itself up as an anathema. I've predicted the consequence of this, is that this is essentially another permutation of what is symbolically somewhat represented by the Tower of Babel. Because if you end up trying to ground things in the participatory realm, language itself just stops losing its meaning when it's not actually properly grounded in the understanding. If everything is grounded supposedly in the metaphor of language or the metaphor of the participatory domain, that's nonsense. You can't ground things externally. And the problem is that they also can't compel enough conviction in terms of accountability and responsibility. Is just those words become meaningless within their false doctrine and their worldview, within their worship of Set. Responsibility and accountability are synonymous with just the coercion of participatory induction, or a kind of self, that you have to be willing to self-induce yourself into this. And it's trying to set up a worldly game and legitimize that worldly game, and also call it kind of religiously sensitive. But yeah, like I say, it is. Anyway, I mean, it's so it gives you a kind of a collective integration, or a collective model of integration, but it, at the same time, it divorces you from the categories and the intellectual. Yeah, it is just another variant of the same kind of metaphysical themes that undergird fascism. The kind of the esotericism and occultism and the because essentially they're functionalizing of responsibility in this technical definitional pigsty. Is just like listening to a postmodernist person philosophize about how they ground things in nonsense. How these people talk about responsibility, essentially just becomes a kind of a participatory trust validation, metric or measure. And so everything is just sort of grounded at some point in some kind of statistical reliabilism, or some form of epistemic reliabilism anyway. Because essentially they don't respect or revere, actual freedom, other than just to say, well, you should start being coerced as soon as as soon as possible, essentially, and float above that coercion instead of transcending it legitimately in an actual understanding. Just kind of, you'll learn the program after you get with the program. Because learning and getting is, I get it's hard to intellectualize, because essentially, I'm making a very simple claim. There is no essential, in their worldview, responsibility has no fundamental grounding. It cannot be grounded. It ends up becoming a bit of a nonsense word itself. It can only be represented by some kind of purity test, which again gets just all mixed. The participatory realm becomes the ultimate validator, and essentially becomes the idolatry that God itself. What is God to a snake? Is it fitting into is it camouflaging with its environment, within its participatory domain, so that it can comfortably slither and disguise itself within the collective dignity of the collection. It's so. I realize that I'm even phrasing it in a slightly sort of juvenile way, but it really is sort of that simplistic. And their technical sophistication of being able to model things intricately, and so that they can give people tools and instruments in order to get with the program. There's also so many contradictions there, I'm thinking about this. This breaks the generalization of some of the things that I'm saying, I guess, because I'm talking about a particular case of this demigod set complex. But I guess it does get into layers of its own paradox and layers of its own. It's almost a fractal of its own fundamental conundrum that it's vortexing around. Which Which makes me think as well that this is essentially constructed from a metatype 13 as well. I do think Mark is a metatype 13. I do wonder if they aren't the primary engine of this stuff. I mean, I've also said that metatype 13s are also sort of thematically, it's too complicated to bring up, but essentially, I mean, I do think that borderlines are generally metatype 14s, but that the connection between those two metatypes, because they're one dimension away from each other, and then obviously there's some kind of guna element as well in terms of how they relate to each other. I mean, it's interesting that, you know, manifestations of psychology might exist not because of innate structures within those psychologies, but because of, let's say, if I can just put it as crudely as this, is the psychological pressure generated by other psychological tropes, and how, you know, they have to sort of that there's a particular drama that can be described within how the dragons are comporting their own structure in the constraints, or under the constraints, or under the pressure of the other dragons in the room, as it were. So the false ego complex has this. Anyway, I'm broadening this issue so much. It's perhaps not that helpful, but anyway, to finish the point that I was going to make specifically about, I was just going to point out an element of what I regard as a kind of hypocrisy. You know, that because I do think that Mark's project or something like that is something like creating a religion that's not a religion. Even though he explicitly says that that's a stupid idea, that you need to actually propagate sort of actual religion, or at least give people, I don't know, his current project or whatever is something like creating a platform that people can operate on, that sort of gives them a taste for some kind of religious induction into behaviorism, into, you know, quelling the propositional tumultuous confusion and chaos. So he's just giving people helpful tools so that they can sort of yeah, I mean, I guess the issue that I'm seeing, perhaps I've cast him, maybe I've misunderstood something fundamental about how he frames his own project. But essentially, the reason why I consider it to be poisonous is that he's acting as a guru. He wants to remove people's obstacles, but he just doesn't want to give them anything, because if he tries to give them something, then he'll have to be responsible for how they go. He just wants to help remove some obstacles. So that's probably how he conceptualizes his project, is that he's just sort of helping the general state of the world by providing these tools that help people remove the obstacles in their propositional container, because he wants just people to ground everything. Which in my view is, you know, he's going to generate people towards this path of being a demigod, essentially, and using this in my view incoherent cult of grounding things in nonsense that eventually hollow out the meaning of responsibility itself, which means that you know, language itself then the language has to completely evolve in a culture, because it gets dead. the language itself becomes dead because it's been hollowed out by gurus in some senses. So that's my gurus that have essentially tried to concoct a Tower of Babel within a culture. So that's my general prediction for Mark's project, if it's allowed to run. That maybe its poisonous fruit takes sort of 500 years to manifest, and it never fully takes hold, and it never fully takes over. But it's sort of in the sense that project still persists in some form, or there's some remnant of it. That's its basic contribution to the menagerie of the it just ends up getting people into I mean, it probably doesn't. I'm metaphorically depicting it in a very kind of stark way. I mean, what I think generally happens is that people sort of, because the word is being consistently misused in some sense, or it's just not deep enough, that the word itself gets forgotten, so that then it can be sort of recovered in its original unadulterated form by these gurus. So, sort of the word gets colonized by a Tower of Babel, so then it has to be forgotten so that it can sort of be authentically rediscovered as a mystery, because all the participatory elements and language itself is essentially amount essentially into a kind of mystery, which will only be resolved by a coherent understanding. And so, in some sense, removing people's obstacles is not, I think, necessarily helpful. It might have some other ulterior benefits, but also other consequences. But I mean, these things are sort of quasi-religion or quasi. Anyway, I mean, I've described it for long enough, over and over and over again. But yeah, I mean, this is the problem. When you take these demons a bit too seriously, when you try to get so far down into what the worship of Set entails and things like that, you just kind of you run out of road essentially, and you can't continue to criticize it, because it's just sort of and I don't know, for me, I find it's just distasteful that people can sort of have this idea that, well, there is a midway point towards something better, and so become a worshipper of Set, because in the interim it'll hold you in good stead. At least Set will cater to you. The religion of Set will give you some port of call to solve your problems. The worship of Set is a dependable guru that you just have to keep on participating in that way, in that style, in that pseudo understanding. And the worship of Set doesn't even have to try to convince many people; they just have to conscript them one way or another. Perhaps I'm being slightly too cruel, that treating Mark as if he has a complete understanding of this, but I mean, because he's perhaps within his own worldview, he said, well, I'm not here to talk about religion. I'm not here to discuss these other deeper matters. I just want to do this project. This project is rather humble and slight. It's a piece of the puzzle. It's not the whole thing. I'm not trying to contend with the whole thing. I'm just trying to to do one. I'm just trying to be a good Samaritan. It's interesting that is the that whole attitude that I've just described now, I think, is it's the other side of the coin of a cerebral histrionic. It is completely compatible and correspondent with the fundamental DNA of the cerebral histrionic, which is that just live in the participatory shell, paint yourself as grappling with this holistic thing, and contend with it, and only contend with it. Don't contend with your own understanding. Avoid developing a real understanding, because then you stop participating in something in which you can have a crystallized identity, even as that identity is lacks integrity. But I'm going to extract integrity by how I grapple with the participatory domain, so I can cast myself as a hero. And again, I mean, this, I think, just what this aggregates to is the love of darkness, the love of not understanding. Integrity is just not high enough in the priority of values. Okay, well, anyway, I've done this topic to death, but man, that was a lot of extra talking just to add that one element about the dragons and the sections of the 17 dimensions having sort of identities. I must go do that clerical work. Okay. I feel a bit tired, but so probably not in the best state to continue to make this important recording. But I've had to think about it, and I've just tried to. I really think that this is the same structure that I've talked about in homosexuality. Just in homosexuality, it's compartmentalized into a kind of naturalistic sexual embodiment, and then but it's the same mechanism essentially. And it's interesting because I do think that there might be something about it which actually might be in spiritual alchemy. There is an analogy for self-improvement and development, and in what which is all goes into the lore that surrounds the process of the Philosopher's Stone. And one of the early, near the end, but one of the earlier steps towards the Philosopher's Stone is called red pulvis solaris, which is the synthesis of a matter, of a material, which is always the synthesis of the stone is the which is eventually, hopefully, the lapis lazuli. I don't know if I'm pronouncing this correctly. The Philosopher's Stone, the foundation upon which truth can rest, is this other stone, the red pulvis solaris, which is a necessary ingredient towards there, and I think it's a kind of catalytic. The symbology of the stone, and it has this kind of sexual connotation, red pulvis solaris. That I think is catalytic to a kind of healing, but it's a healing within the false ego complex. And so you're looking behind the veil to the super ego to try to import something that is desperately desired or needed or felt is missing within the false ego complex. So it's kind of like it's trying to eat your dessert before the main course or something like that. but there is some element that can be used about this kind of spiritual technology, but how it is used by homosexuals is an addiction, and it is a kind of crutch that never. But anyway, there are lots of. I'm about to describe a multiplicity of different species of homosexuality in a psychological structure. But so I do think that essentially there is no difference from what I was calling set worshippers. Essentially, that homosexuals are a kind of subspecies of set worshipper, but in generally speaking, potentially in a much better spiritual condition overall, because they are dealing with this developmental obstacle, but hopefully not in an all-encompassing way, or potentially not in an all-encompassing way. They have limited it into the metaphor of their own sexuality, and so they have subconscious perspectival anchorage into naturalizing this developmental obstacle, or this developmental hurdle, has been psychologized into essentially the module that relates to sexual energy and sexual embodiment. And so it operates within that sphere, within that compartmented out, because that can be, I think, compartmented out from general ideas of metaphysics and general ideas of ethics and morality, and how to ground essentially your worldview fundamentally. Because depending on how central you think, I guess, sexuality is in terms of your entire being and your entire integrity and your entire understanding. Now, I do think that what is generally suggested in the scripture, but also in my view, is that healthy sexuality essentially is somewhat subordinate to the understanding. That you could say that, well, it's instinctually revved up and is already something that is doing something that your embodiment is doing before your understanding emerges after the fact. But the whole point of overcoming, in my view, the false ego complex, or transcending it, is to actually inculcate what you are doing into your understanding, and then you won't have a false ego complex anymore. The falseness will be overcome. But so there is the mystery of the superego itself, which I've tried to in earlier recordings say that you have to not try to grapple with those things directly. You have to grapple with secondary problems first, and then after you've finished those secondary problems, then grapple with the problem of what it was that you were doing to begin with, and integrate that with your understanding. But first, the understanding has to sort of get to grips with its own local issues within just trying to right the ship within the false ego complex itself, between the understanding and the unconscious, between the identity complex, the perspectival, the ego, against the participatory unconscious in some sense, or at least have a handle. When I say against, I mean properly ordering and managing contemplatively, propositionally, how it contends against that. And then obviously there is an unknown quantity of how much the superego is entracted into the unconscious. So there's a mysterious element there which can only be resolved once the superego is properly assimilated, which is anyway. So you have to understand the false ego complex well enough so that you can first do the crucifixion, which then allows for the integration with the superego properly. Now, I do think that essentially what I was trying to get into also with the set worshippers and with the homosexuals, then also similarly, but perhaps it's easier to see because of the sexual, because of how embodied this is into the theme of sexual energy and a kind of an expression of sexuality, that you can see this whole mechanism happening in a non-intellectual way in terms of using the medium of sexual energy. So in the same way that I said that demigods have this codependency with cerebral histrionics, in the same way I think that you can get homosexual bonds which are essentially a kind of codependency that have those same participatory roles, that they are lending collateral support to one another, I do think that there is actually something better about it in terms of homosexuality than the pure ethical one, because in the sexual one, you are at least, you're dealing with the same developmental obstacle, but you very clearly, in some sense, generally, okay, this is not necessarily the case, but generally speaking, people have the view that their sexuality is innate, or at least there's some mystery about it, or at least there's some internal self-deception on that point, or something like that. Obviously, that is to be broken down by delving into the mystery and by having an understanding, and caring about the integrity and the proper coherence of that understanding, and wanting to actually solve that problem. So, when you do that, you gain enough sort of self-knowledge perhaps to sort of see how deep that issue of intractability or innateness goes. And you really have to conquer the idea that, oh, this is an intractable problem, that we're always just going to be saddled with the mystery thereof. You have to have the hope, the good hope, that you will actually be in full conscious integrity, and then strive towards it, and move towards that integration. Otherwise, I do think that you are essentially a kind of list. You've already given up. You've already chosen your course, as it were. Now, the reason why I say that the homosexuality is maybe in a better stead than the ethical people that do this in morality is that they this ordinary confusion or mystery of how these things innate, and is in some sense already sort of, it's approaching the superego, it's approaching the content of the superego, and it's trying to philosophize about it from the perspective of the false ego complex. And so, disguising things under the veil of innateness, or of, sort of naturalistic, intrinsic inclination or proclivity or something like that, in some sense, I think is itself symbolic of this deep mystery that needs to, hopefully, there is an impetus to work towards some kind of synthesis and solution to these mysteries. Okay, and this means that perhaps what is happening in let's say the less juvenile form of homosexuality, the more integrated, the more sorry, I'm just trying to think how to pronounce this word. Hermetic. The hermetic kind of move towards being a demigod. I do think that essentially then the more admirable homosexual manifestation or species is not the cerebral histrionic, it is the demigod, but it's also conscious, I think, that you get very intellectual homosexuals who are almost conscious of their own because they are doing what they are doing, and because they are experimenters, they are creative in this truth-seeking sense, perhaps as well, and in some sense, the problem, the iniquity that they fall down in is that they, like other demigods, they get into a comfortable balancing position where they have sort of internalized a kind of cerebral histrionic that they are sympathetic to, and they see themselves as they typecast all of humanity into this boat, and they can't fathom imagining a higher form of integrity and a higher form of synthesis. So they're settled with this kind of stabilized self-denigration, perhaps, if I can phrase it like that. But the actual process of the self-denigration is what I would generally conceive of as the reversing of the crucifixion, literally rewinding the process of the crucifixion. So they are literally using the technology of the crucifixion, but they're trying to import things from the superego into import from the superego into the false ego complex, into the participatory domain. They want to sexually embody a play, a performance, an act, a recreation of the dragons coming into full circle. So they want access to the dragon and the superego, and they do this by recreating the turmoil, the in some sense they are on a met, and I'm not saying that they do this in private, and when they do this in public it's problematic, but this is what their sexuality, this is what their intimacy bubble kind of looks like, which is not exactly a legitimate intimacy bubble, because they are trying to solipsistically only import from their own superego into an embodied participatory form, so that they can play out and enact doing that full circle. So they're trying to create a naturalistic full circle, so that they can get insight into what the collection of dragons are up to, or what the collection of dragons are doing. And this mechanism, I actually think, is actually the red pulvis solaris. This actually can be done in a legitimate kind of spiritual thought experiment or exercise or a meditation. But essentially, it's not exactly spiritual food, though. It's kind of like knowing the enemy. It's sort of knowing. You can use it as almost a kind of, because you don't have to do this physically or sexually. You can just do this meditatively, or you can do this. This is also could perhaps a kind of prophesying, and the prophets prophesying amongst each other, and to each other, and can perhaps do this kind of thing, which I would roughly say amounts to the red pulvis solaris. But and it would be more like prophets, not in the pristine prophetorial sense, but prophets, people with the gift of prophecy, in a war room, working out the proper tactics of how to be a successful deacon. Because to put it quite crudely, the deacon is essentially, if the body of Christ is to be properly analogized, the deacon is the reproductive organ. Essentially, that is how the body of Christ generates itself in terms of don't want to use the word reproduction. I would rather use the word procreation, essentially. Although, let's not go too into that metaphor, because then you start saying, well, what's it having sex with? This is having sex with the beast of the world in order to precipitate some kind of half-breed. No, obviously not. It's not a kind of, what was the Greek myth of something that had sex with animals. I think there were lots of gods that had sex with animals. But anyway, Bacchus. The god of wine and music, I think, or something, and poetry. But anyway, so so in some sense, to use this properly, you're not actually using the sexual energy yourself. You are somewhat mapping the kinks and the fetishes of the world. So it's good for a war council. It's good as a catalyst for diagnosing the spiritual problem, or let's say getting a summated overview of what the spiritual defect is. That doesn't necessarily, usually there's always a way to overcome anything, especially if you understand the problem that it's in. But I do think that there are problems with worshippers of Set that make them particularly dangerous to get involved in. Because they can kind of wrap you in their between the trolling between the participatory camouflage of how they are representing or objectify the environmental constraints and pressures. Then they use that juxtaposed against their own slithering and then you find yourself being crushed in their coils of this great snake that they are all a piece of. So you're being mystified by the guru while you're having your actual spiritual life crushed out of your rib cage. Anyway, so let me not get too lateral. Okay, so homosexuality. So I think that the demigod homosexual is conscious that even what they are doing, I think, is deviant, is subversive. And they are not doing it, they're doing it incessantly, perhaps. They are creating some kind of spiritual food, but it's not being processed in any proper kind of way. It's being done for the sake of, well, in some sense, it sort of, that stays mystified, so it's like because they don't see their own trajectory or something like that. And so, they don't have a large enough hope for their own integrity and for having these things come together. And they are constantly having some, essentially, that lack of integrity as well, or that lack of a hope for integrity, is being displaced by the sympathy that they are granting to the identity, or I mean that more generally, to the trope of the cerebral histrionic, that they perhaps they see themselves as a cerebral histrionic, and they are giving themselves the acceptance by playing the demigod of their own model of how they were mistreated as a child, or something like that, or that they have an image of the self-pity that the cerebral histrionic should attract, and therefore they are modeling the general solution as a demigod surveyor of doing this reverse crucifixion, so that they can essentially be rich in this war council, that they are incredibly rich in this red pulvis solaris metaphor of generating the spiritual technology of reversing the crucifixion, which is not entirely, it's not an entirely spiritually hollow thing, but they are misusing it. They're using it. They're addicted to it, essentially, and in that addiction, they've also stabilized. They haven't fully stabilized. This is why I think that they're more admirable than the moral cerebral histrionic. They are more admirable than the Grand Dragon Wizards in the Ku Klux Klan, because in some sense they are also grappling with that immediately and directly themselves. They are doing something that they are trying to fully understand by doing it to some degree, which is the wrong solution to the problem, because the problem is not, continually do the same thing, but they know that what they're doing, they are dealing in a real element. They are touching the other side of the crucifixion. They're just not doing it themselves as an individual. They are trying to share it with their own image of a cerebral histrionic that they have sympathy for. So they're grounded in this self-sympathy of some kind of image or identity of a cerebral histrionic, but that is also mystified to the degree to which it's considered to be innate or sort of intrinsic in the mystery of sexuality itself. So it's sealed, in layers of mystery, and the only real spiritual nourishment that they have is this technology of this reverse crucifixion, where they can try to sort of enact this red pulvis solaris to see if they can come up with a new iteration, or a new edge, a new progress, or something like that. Now, the reason why I was saying that this is very bad for people to do in the public is because if you do this in public, intellectually, as it were, this is actually what has slightly what I'm actually saying is not even. This is not alien. What I'm saying right now is completely. This has been described in other ways in psychological literature, when psychology could be more honest about these things. When there are look, what makes my models better is that I have a deep theory of mind and a general view of psychology that accounts for everything. That makes my models far superior. But these mechanisms have been described well enough in the psychological literature describing homosexuality to some to its own degree of specificity and detail. These mechanisms are not unknown in psychology, but obviously without a holistic view of them. But and this is why it was always predicted that essentially if you don't, which I, by the way, I don't agree with the suppression. Uh, um, I agree with some kinds of cultural suppression, but I don't agree with making it unlawful. I don't think homosexuality should be unlawful. Um, as again, I think that it needs to be dealt with psychologically, which is essentially part of the private sphere. It shouldn't be part of the legal public structure of a society. But anyway, this is I don't want to get way too much into politics. But my, my my general point on these matters is that it was always predicted that if homosexuality became normalized or culturally disinhibited or whatever, um, that the likely effect would be. Now, I don't think that this is necessarily the case because I do actually like the kind of tumult and chaos that we live in because of the lifting of this kind of traditional sociological excuse which was used to suppress homosexuality. Because in suppressing homosexuality, you are actually you are being a sociological guru. You are dealing with the problem not at its root, but you're just kind of suppressing it in an approximate way. But the idea is that when people do this red pulver solaris stuff in public, they are being subversive to all structures. They are, because they are in some sense showing that that everything is being controlled by dragons, fundamentally at their base. That everything is being controlled by these super ego forces. And if you unveil that to society and you say, well, society actually has to rationalize itself according to that, then you are basically telling people that the false ego complex itself cannot have an impetus towards integrity because it's being controlled by these deep primordial sort of structures which are being projected from the superego. And so the false ego complex has no impetus or cultural currency in terms of the value of righting the ship. You have to deal with the secondary problems before you deal with the actual underlying issue of the superego. So, the idea is that when you start allowing people to engage in this kind of spiritual technology, which is something like the reverse of the crucifixion, in public, when you normalize that and you say that that is a valid way of being, you are in some sense proclaiming a kind of psychological involution that is undoing the false ego complex, or saying that the false ego complex must try to ground itself in the superego, which is true, but that's true in a very advanced stage of integration. You have to do the early stages of integration first, and so this can also account for the kind of the libertine, permissive cultural norms that now have even gotten us to the point where we can't even have primary categories of sexuality, and because we're inculcating very young children in very in Keegan state in demigod propaganda for their own participatory grounding of everything, which is nonsense. It's not anchored. It's not anchored in an understanding. So you have to bootstrap an understanding, and yes, proceed in mystery and through the mystery and digest the mystery and properly contain the mystery of the unconscious, and then you integrate with the superego. We have people that don't even want or care about coherent understanding because everything is grounded in some participatory nonsense or some that's always reducible to some abstract, fundamentally ad hoc matrix that you have to end up propositionally projecting onto the participatory domain anyway, that you use as an excuse to steamroll your own propositional structure, which, yes, that structure would have to die and be reborn. It would have to be resurrected. It would have to do the crucifixion. But it can only do that after it's managing the unconscious responsibly, with some hope of integrity and some hope of spiritual eternal life, which then gets resurrected after the crucifixion. But, there's no impetus to do the crucifixion. Instead, it's this joint crucifixion. Everyone wants to do a vicarious crucifixion or a collective redemption or something like that. And so, there's no integrity in the system, and people are trying to supplement that integrity with grounding things in participation, and then you're just dominion against dominion. You're just, some so-called Christians against some so-called homosexuals, and they're vying for and I believe that everyone has their right to be, even as I might describe them as psychologically broken, I will say that they certainly have the right, and what they do should not be unlawful. And let's say the symptom that we're seeing in terms of the tumult that is happening within the cultural disintegration and demoralization, it's a call that people actually have to start taking doctrine seriously. I don't know if they'll heed that call, but either way, they get what they deserve. And in some sense, I think that this is also a way to actually structure constitutional frameworks and legal systems and justice in such a way that it makes these ethical issues much more plain, and it gives people the very clear cultural ambit and scope as to, within the political structure, how they are allowed to properly separate things that should be separate. The things of God and the things of the world, the upper and the lower register, as Paul might say, even as he continues in this languishing of this homogenization of church and state and his own corrupted doctrine or whatever. I'm talking about Paul van der Klavert. Anyway, so let's talk more about homosexuality. Okay, so I see what I do think that there is that something like homosexuality is a much more authentic expression of this developmental hurdle that everyone needs to graduate from in some form or another. And it either happens in the purely ideological space of false doctrine, or it happens in the more embodied, personalized variant of basically the same themes. Okay. And there are other elements which I can sympathize with in terms of homosexuals, because apart from sort of the mystification and of mystery laid on mystery, and then that becomes a kind of intractable, insoluble mess, and then you've only got one general solution to which essentially just tells you more about the problems of life, and you don't have the technology of the crucifixion that you're running the right way in order to solve those problems, but you're mounting up the problems. At the same time, because I guess what I was generally talking about was not generically homosexuality, was more so male homosexuality. Although lesbianism, let me just put that to one side. I'll deal with that much later, perhaps not in this recording, as a kind of afterthought to this. But it is worth. It is something that I will have to answer on this topic, I guess. But that is then also sort of. Yeah. The reason, for example, why I've never cared to want homosexuality to be outlawed, let's just say, or punished, or have a great sort of cultural stigma, is because the problem really has to be psychologized, and that's how it must be understood and treated and dealt with. And if it's dealt with in another way, you're creating a general confusion in itself, because what you're doing is you're basically, ironically, at the same time, you are creating more spiritual homosexuality. I've explained this in my recordings a long time ago, and it illustrates this point, that if you want to understand what the general thing in this homosexuality is, it's when you are driving down a street and you can very clearly see that it's just like a street with one intersection, and you can see all the way down the intersection, and it's a very few people use these roads. It's out in the middle of nowhere, but there's a I don't know, might be called something different, a traffic robot, traffic lights. I think that have three colors: green for go, and red for stop, and amber for is different in different places. But and you see that there's an amber and then a red light as you are approaching, and so you have to stop, and you stop, and you could see a long time coming that as you were, before you even had to start slowing down for the red robots, you could see that there was no car coming towards the intersection. Nobody else is going to use the intersection. So unless you're worried about the unknown unknowns of having to live in a world with invisible cars, because Hogwarts is operating, and the person who's operating the invisible car is expecting you to stop at the red robot, at the red traffic light. Otherwise, unless you're worried about invisible cars, there was no reason for you to respect the traffic light. There was no reason for you to stop. But if you do stop anyway, that I think is essentially the. I think that's, generally speaking, that's the crux of what spiritual homosexuality is. And people can turn that into a fetish, essentially. And there are many heterosexual people who have this same fetish, who have the same. They've compartmentalized it out of their sexuality. But I would argue that how they operate that supposed heterosexuality is just as homosexual as the homosexuals. It's just that, it's a slightly different self-conception in terms of perspectival belief structure. So, it's just a different schema in terms of their compartmentalization. And then you get sort of the full-blown spiritual homosexuality, they've turned it into a general moral structure, and I think all these things I would call them different species of homosexuality, and a lot of those species, and a large contingent of that is people that would not be described as homosexual because they have sex with biological people of the opposite sex to them. But in my view, that behaviorism is neither here nor there. It's utterly irrelevant. Okay. And I mean, I'm sensitive that people could say, well, isn't this not what you're doing all the time? You're constantly meditating on the problems of the false ego complex, and you're stacking up these problems. But I am. So I mean, I'm doing this homosexual spiritual technology, you could call it, of the reverse crucifixion, and I'm doing it as a diagnostic kit, and I'm also doing it as well. I don't have to. I do think that this can be done with sexual energy. It can be mixed with that, but we're using sex, physical sex, as a metaphor for entering into an intimacy bubble where you're actually looking at the resolution of these problems within the superego. So you're metaphorically embodying it in the participatory domain, but you're actually doing this to be on the other side of the crucifixion, not lay out the self-pitying construction of the problem, but to actually lay out the problem to intimate its resolution. So sexual healing, or that there is a way of. Yes, I mean, I've said that, that I do think that sexuality in some sense has this red pulvis solaris sort of element inculcated within it, because that is how stable pair bonding, also how the marriage becomes one flesh. And the flesh is, in my view, the flesh is fleshly thinking. The flesh is not a corporeal thing. In some sense, if you want to fully understand it sort of metaphysically, it is the temporal quality of conceptualization. So it's when you are prepositionally conceptualizing things and you have a stream of consciousness and all these sorts of things, and they are beholden to a temporal frame of reference that is considering them through, that is the lens and the filter of contending with these concepts in how you are bound to the timeline, bound to some kind of cause and effect determinism. Okay, like the temporal nature of the things in the mind is what makes it the flesh. Okay, so and obviously everything bound in time is bound to be chaff in the end, is bound to be burnt away. So only the spirit can survive, and the spirit is clothed in the flesh. The seed is surrounded by the flesh of the fruit, as it were. The seed being, the actual essence of the fruit-bearing tree. Now, the promise of managing the flesh and helping the flesh sacrifice itself and into the crucifixion. Anyway, let's say the technology of the spiritual technology of marriage and sexual energy is that you become one flesh. And so you can sort of have this red pulvis solaris thing going, but I guess the point is not to cultivate a glut of the spiritual problem, but to actually solve it on the other side in the superego, in a kind of joint, so, I mean, and this is, this is, I guess, another facet of the sacred secret that is mentioned in Scripture, in terms of the marriage of the body of Christ to the individual Christ consciousness. So that, that there is a rudimentary mechanism within our anatomy and our biology that that can be spiritually understood, and it, one of the things about being in the image of God essentially is that you can actually use it as a spiritual metaphor. You can actually use man, male and female, as a spiritual metaphor. Because you must remember also, our language has really been polluted by science quite a bit, and it's been, the spiritual understanding has been extracted from it. But everyone was understood to be man in the medieval times. In fact, you wouldn't call biological males, you wouldn't call them man. You would also have to use a prefix. You couldn't just call a man. You would call them a were-man and a woman. There were two variants of man. There was a were-man and a woman. Anyway. But I don't know if I want to get into all this kind of minutiae and to link it all up. But so yeah, I think that generally speaking, homosexuality is stuck in this biological subset of a spiritual mechanism, which they're sort of running in the wrong direction, which would work out if they did it purely spiritually and they did it in the right context, but is snagging itself because it's laid under a sandwich of mystery. It's sandwiched under these other mysteries in how the sexual energy is a kind of is a metaphorical embodiment of the deeper spiritual things that can be done, but because it's not really being it's not happening to edify or being part of an ingredient in an actual holistic project, but more in a self-pitying project of when I say self-pitying, but you could say some image of a cerebral histrionic is being sympathized with, and that is what is sort of leavening the whole thing or is corrupting the whole thing, and also then solidifying an identity, because the whole thing about the cerebral histrionic is that because they grapple with the participatory realm as a perennialist holistic projection of an entire beast, and then they've got this demigod component which is running the crucifixion backwards into deconstructing the unconscious domain because of looking behind the curtain into what's happening in terms of the superego and seeing how these dragons are comporting themselves relative to each other. The problem is that the dragons themselves are not a solution to the problem. The dragons could be seen as the operative controllers of the world, but it's what's the point of understanding deceit and mechanisms of control and illegitimate forms of power and false forms of authority? It's in some sense it doesn't tackle the beast. It doesn't have the resolve to do the crucifixion in order to overcome the beast. It's just trying to garner insight into the dragon. And insight into the dragon would be useful for a deacon, but it's not going to be useful for a self-pitying, self-soothing sort of. I'm basically describing what's happening within the mind of a homosexual, but also in any kind of demigod that I've described. And I mean that when I say demigod, I'm referring to my jargon and my term that I'm giving to this developmental obstacle or this developmental quagmire that people are stabilized in, is that they have. What was I saying? They're trying to go along to get along. They're trying to ride the waves of the participatory domain. But it is inculcated within that, and before that, is the perspectival subconscious languished state, which doesn't have a hope for real integrity. It's left in its brokenness, and it's using that weakness as then an excuse to then generate this intellectual coping mechanism and therefore addiction of this reverse spiritual thing. What was I going to say is that so it's interesting that it's the unfinished work of they progressed from one developmental obstacle to another developmental obstacle without resolving the first one. But in some sense, you do always have to do something like that. But when they made that transition, they didn't affirm hope within the subconscious perspective. They didn't affirm integrity, or if they did, they didn't promise themselves that it should be grounded within the subconscious. And so, in some sense, they weren't happy with a low resolution hope. It's hard. You see, you can't describe it purely within the subconscious. You have to describe it between the subconscious and the prepositional. That it's a kind of there's a fundamental sort of I was going to say co-latency there. Let me escape from my own looming paradox that I've just described myself into, perhaps, is that in some sense, you could cynically call it codependency, but they must also be independently. They must have their each independent form of integrity, and then a codependency which is justified because they independently confirm each other, and then that gives you further insight that allows you to triangulate enough integrity to control the unconscious, and then once you've got those meted out in a triangulated structure, then you can use that to echo to roughly I can only say this in the worst kind of vague and nebulous kind of way, because this is a bit of a weak metaphor, because the specifics of it is actually covered by the crucifixion, but the weak metaphor is that gives you all the ingredients to do the crucifixion, that essentially are the ingredients that allow you to see in the dark, to echo, like how bats, what are those called, sonar, echolocation. It gives you the sensitivity to outline the contents of the superego, so that you can actually arrive at the New Jerusalem, which is in the natural darkness. The New Jerusalem is only lit by the light of the understanding, by the light of the Lamb and the light of God, not by natural light. It will not avail itself to you. You have to illuminate it with your own liberty, with your own grounded integrity and reasoning. You are the light that illuminates the New Jerusalem, which is the light of the Lamb and the light of God, because you've done the crucifixion. It's not vicarious, essentially. But I might have lost one of the points that I was going to make much earlier. Kind of derailed myself, and I was talking about I was going to make some kind of general point about homosexuality and the general spiritual cerebral histrionic. Yeah, so it is obsessed with the participatory domain in terms of wanting to understand how it is controlled. Essentially, because it is this idea that liberty and free will is something that has to fearfully comport itself with the truth. The truth is something that is going to imprint itself on you, that you can't actually meet it up in the fullness of yourself, that in some sense you just have to be a cog in the machine. It is, like I've said this many times before, it's fundamentally invested in its own self-denigration, and then it just generalizes that denigration onto other people, and that's its excuse for essentially being able to shadow troll them with this kind of propositional shadow warfare, where essentially, they are utterly hypocritical as they prescribe their de-prescriptive nonsense onto other people. Stop stating prescriptions. Stop stating prescriptions. You get this kind of abject inconsistency and hypocrisy, which is disguised by their own self-sympathy or sympathy to others, or whatever. So it's this sympathy-bred, leavened corruption. The great snake, the great worship of the I mean, you could call Babylon the Great. They just want to be another rich merchant, or another one of the many kings that are wrath of the fornication with the whore. And the whore is in this sense, I think, the dragon, is the child function of the superego. And Babylon the Great is essentially the false prophet, the dominant function of the superego, being projected in some very virtual sense. That's right. I'm not going to perhaps be able to describe exactly what I mean by that in a very technically clear way, but essentially that they are connecting the structure of the unconscious side of the mind with the structure of the superego. But they save themselves from overt self-contradiction because they constructively, seemingly escape the knowledge of good and evil, but essentially they live on the knowledge of good and evil, but it is beyond their worldview and their schema. So they think that they've defeated it because they found a way to disclose it away from themselves. So they are literally living in the fruit of the darkness because of their love of the darkness. Their love of their lack of understanding and integrity allows them to escape the awareness that they're languishing in their own knowledge of good and knowledge of good and evil, because they're only virtually constructively according to it, because they are essentially proper denizens of Babylon the Great. And they don't, and which then they give themselves the latitude to say, well, this might as well be the New Jerusalem then. My esoteric view of this is the personal understanding that calls this the New Jerusalem, and then I can believe that I'm sort of in an integrated paradise, and I don't need to convince anyone, I don't need to connect with their understanding, I just need to get them to be coerced into a participatory, that they can spiritually choose to go where they may wish to go. Problem is that if you try to dignify that, let's say, you can call it, the problem with that is manifold, is that either then you are being everyone's secret guru, which is mystifying and problematic, because then you are allowing people to be transfixed by their participatory unconsciousness and to make that into a god. So either you success in being, let's say, the secret Santa of the world and spreading supposedly good things, or you are successful at rationalizing everyone into an ideology that supposedly dignifies this shit, and then you get people to actually love the bullshit and actually to take it as the real McCoy, and then I think you have the Tower of Babel issue, where the language itself falls dead and hollow of an actual legitimate understanding, because you've got enough of a groupthink, enough of a vicious groupthink that can only engage in a kind of polytheistic atomism of spiritual description. So everyone is locked in their own sort of spiritual solipsism, which I find incredibly distasteful, because it is literally the anathema of real Christian doctrine, in my understanding. Anyway, sorry, I've lost the point that I was going to make. It was maybe something about the dragons, about invoking the dragons and trying to play out the formation of the dragons using the red pulvis solaris, because to embody that and to try to play around with that, it is potentially a useful spiritual instrument, but the idea that it has been uncovered, and I mean, I think it does come to us through sexuality, or through sexual energy, as it were. It comes to us through that in our anatomy is this ability to be of one flesh, to be in a marriage, to be in a communion, so that the marriage is also symbolic of other spiritual things that can be done. But the idea that there's a naturalistic fallacy about, therefore, the propositional, where it's being steamrolled so that people can just get into this disgusting homogenized view of because people, they don't want to do the spiritual work unless you can promise them that, well, either the dragons will leave you alone, or you get to slay the dragons. And I'm not offering either one of those in some sense. I'm saying you're not defenseless, but you're also like the dragons are not the spirits, are not the people. The dragons are beasts. The dragons are the malformed divine beasts that can be in conformity to worshipping the throne of God, but they're not. But you know, so you know, I can tell you how to deal with beasts. I can't tell you how to deal with dragons, because the dragons are a second order manifestation of the beast. And so, you know, if you want to deal, you know, if you're so obsessed with dealing with the dragons because you're so obsessed with power, essentially, and you're so fearful not to be on the right side of how to manage power, because you're a slave to the world. You're a vampire. You're an image vampire, an energy vampire, and you're addicted to worldly energy. You know, so I mean, sadly, I can't deal with that. You know, I can't help you out of that self-propounded conundrum that ends up table thumping its own self-pitying cry for rescue. You know, sadly, constantly begging when you have been given the fucking answer and you just don't have the integrity to listen carefully enough or to take words seriously enough, because you're just so addicted to being a fucking energy vampire. I mean, I'm sorry, but you know, there are people that are so settled in their wickedness that they are so dishonest in terms of what is actually being spoken and how they will twist the narrative in order so that they can get back to their dragon observances. I mean, anyway, okay, so now look, this manifests in many different forms and many different permutations, but it's not, I think, a great problem necessarily. It's something that people will come across and they will have to spiritually discern and steer away from it, or they will be aware of it. Perhaps they'll dabble in it themselves because they'll have to go on to get along on some level, but they'll know that they're also looking for something else, you know, and so they will turn away from the ways of the world, as it were, as soon as they hear sound doctrine. But most people, they have their ears closed to sound doctrine, and they have no inclination to even give it a fair hearing, because they want people to pay their dragon and their dragon strategies or whatever. And this cerebral histrionic thing, and complicit with this demigod worshipping of Set, I think that this is the... I mean, it's another, generally speaking, it's another manifestation of self-deception. You know, there is an important category of the understanding that is pivotal to the subconscious. It is pivotal to the perspectival, and that really, you know, that can. If you don't have that beginning seed, as it were, if that seed isn't planted in that soil of you know, if a weed gets planted there instead, or it's not planted deep enough, or it's planted too deep and there are too many rocks around or whatever. Yeah, the parable is looking at this issue through the participatory realm. But that's not, I mean, it's a parable because it's not a clear ontology, okay? In fact, you have to meditate on it in order to get the right epistemological lesson from it. And in some sense, you can make of it what you will to some degree, which is the problem, because people already have the seed planted. And all I can do is I mean, all I'm doing is offering the word. I mean, you know, and who's to say it's going to take root? You know, I'm not wedded that the fact that it, in my view, that it can take root and that it can be fruitful. That is the spiritual fruit. That is the spiritual test in some sense. I'm not going to be beholden to the standard of the world, the standard of the collective, the standard of comporting to the powers of the world. I have my own discerning of powers. Thank you very much. I have my own independent source of power and my own link to God. Thank you very much. I don't need to be a vampire. I don't need your adulation or validation or participatory tests or something like that. I mean, look, I can be polite enough, and I do make concessions, and I say that I'm sensitive to some things, and certainly I can be patient about things. But I mean, I also give enough descriptive mass that that I can be argued with directly. I mean, obviously the problem is that when other people have doctrines which aren't robust enough or rigorous enough or broad enough, because they don't know the full lay of the land, but they're not, in some sense, honest about their own, what they don't know, like, and perhaps it seems indistinguishable when I make concessions that, yes, I know that there are unknown unknowns and there are also forbidden unknown unknowns. And, there are certain things that I don't know, which quite frankly doesn't concern me and it doesn't worry me. And there are some unknown unknowns that do worry me a bit. And that's whenever those happen, that's when I say the things that I say. Oh, I'm sensitive to this, I'm sympathetic to this. And that's a form of sort of politeness, and but also that is literally the outline and the shape of my intellectual humility. I'm literally demarcating it, what is the phrase from the thin blue line, but people aren't sensitive to these rhetorical moves and the underlying disposition. They're not sensitive to it because they're so willing to cookie cutter you into their own vat of gelatinous, homogenized, estuary-esque frame of reference. You're a local. You can't be you can't be wielding the gift of prophecy because you're not strange enough or transfixed enough. You get these. It's just another participatory cult of you're not representing to me enough beauty for me to give you the patience. Rather, you must extend your patience further, because I mean it's not as if I have no patience. I mean I do certainly engage with in quite it's not really appreciated, I would say, or it's to the extent that I mean I think it is witnessed, but and perhaps people can have nightmares about it later or something, or they can have some interesting inspired dream about it perhaps, but where the gift of prophecy in that person has soaked up something that can be unfolded, or at least, because I mean the dream is the weakest form of prophecy, but which is, it's not wrong to dream about things, because sometimes you dream about things because they are so remote or distant or obscure for where you are in your own corner of the woods, as it were. But I mean, there really is a problem that the gift of prophecy is corrupted by the false prophet, and if you don't have the doctrine to start to demarcate, the footprint of the false prophet, if you don't have an ear for doctrine, you're just going from heuristic to heuristic. There's no understanding. There's just more cerebral histrionic nonsense. Within its own sort of stable conundrum. Okay, anyway, I should really stop talking about the subject. It's, oh my word. It would be much more useful. I mean, maybe this is therapeutic if some people listen to this and they can follow along well enough, perhaps. Perhaps perhaps me talking like this can somewhat talk them out of it, perhaps, or give them some model of how to see some of these things within inside themselves. But it's in my it's much better because you see, like when you're actually in an exchange directly, you're actually dealing with the subconscious directly, which is really like why I like sort of talking to people, even though it always ends usually in a kind of explosion or a kind of failure, because either I'm too patient and the whole thing is just kind of sorry, I can't think of the word, that sort of means infertile, but sort of the opposite of vital, or the opposite of productive. So it sort of like it just becomes a so either I'm too patient and it's useless, or I'm too direct and the wickedness is directly confronted, and the structure of the dishonesty is exactly exemplified. But there's just no humility, essentially, or there's not enough requisite humility or awareness, or there's just too much of a scope for self-deception in using some kind of normalized, because essentially the culture just has been ravaged by this kind of demigod normalization, and you can overcome that. I mean, you could overcome demigods by being a celebrity yourself, but if you can show the credentials, I've done this and I've done that, and I can prove all of this and I can prove all of that, I'm a great artist, and here's the proof of my art. I'm a brilliant person, and these are my accomplishments. It's sort of the rock and the hard place, is something like the voice in the wilderness. It can be taken seriously, but doesn't bring the message of rectification. And the person who brings the message of rectification gets crucified. And in some sense, the whole point of the religion was to temper the culture into a state in which at least you wouldn't literally, at this point, be. Technically, in some sense, things haven't changed. We still have the same kind of. We still have the exact same menagerie of the same kind of problems. It's just things different will happen to you differently. So if you claim to be the only begotten Son, if you claim to have Christ consciousness, and you actually represent that claim forthrightly, not in the kind of so-called dishonest Christian kind of way of this kind of faux humility and strange strange sort of conventional participatory witchcraft of a kind of white magic kind of sort, and you've got some strange things about the Holy Spirit and collective redemption, or some kind of vicarious thing, but if you actually represent integrity, you'll be taken in by a psychiatrist and be drugged into insanity, because the world can't deal with someone actually claiming to be on the level, the straight edge, the straight shooter. And that what they say is actually true, and they can defend what they say. Obviously not in any invented or hypothetically projected context as you get decontextualized, and but within context, that your story is straight. And anyway, but yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, another way of cynically putting all of this stuff is, you can always complain, well, if my neighbors were just better people, then I would have a better example to follow, and then I wouldn't languish in, if my society just weren't better for me, that would provide me enough external opportunity that then I would induct myself into a better way, because I would be better led by other people. So you can always sort of complain that, oh, well, I was misled. And there are many people misleading people, and the world lieth in wickedness. Yeah, basically, if you don't bootstrap responsibility, or at least the hope of integrity, I think you actually need to. Yeah, I think I should qualify. I need to revise that. It's both of those things. You actually have to bootstrap responsibility and bootstrap integrity, and you can suspend responsibility, but you cannot suspend the hope of integrity. And when I say suspend, that means that you can't indefinitely suspend it. If you think that you can get into a state where you can indefinitely suspend it, then that's not actual suspension. That is kind of trying to find a loophole. And so that eventually both of these things need to be married together. Integrity, responsibility, understanding. Which is what the spirit ultimately is, and what everyone ultimately always has. Maybe their understanding is in such a mess that they can't even admit that they have an understanding, so they understand that they don't have an understanding. So you can't get away. I mean, I guess you could call it understanding as the source of judgment, and everyone must have judgment. The idea is that the judgment should be justified, or that the understanding that's generating it should be justified, and the judgment cuts both ways. It's a double-edged sword. Which is why it's always problematic when people actually use hypocrisy as a point of complaint, when they haven't actually when they're using hypotheticals in their contextualization of your own words, instead of actually saying, this is the position that the other person is making, or at least in a fixed binary or alternate. But yeah, I mean, I guess the biggest problem is that if people do actually homogenize themselves and they pick up heuristics, because then essentially they've already said that they belong to the dragons, essentially. And the idea that you're going to get the dragon to unseat or eat the beast or something like that, is just. But I think the beast isn't even on their fucking radar, because that's how depraved they actually are. Because they're proceeding from a perspective which is just lackadaisical. You can't proceed from a lack of integrity. And so to the extent to which that they are already sort of this insufferable wretch, but insufferable in terms of the promulgation of their bad faith, because it is, because that is the source of bad faith, is the lack of integrity. And they don't even have, instead what they have is a chip on their shoulder about their integrity, which is essentially an accusation, which is leveraged as a participatory accusatorial disposition or inquisitional dominion. I think all the dominions are effectively kind of inquisitional authority clouds to be tethered to, and to be then part of some great drama of which is just, sort of whether you're going to be misled by this thing or by this other thing. And then that is also the weather of the zeitgeist. And then, the perennialist other great false religion sort of emerges in that milieu. Anyway, let me stop talking about this shit. Oh my word. Talking about idiots and miscreants. But yeah, anyway, useful stuff in there for someone. Okay, annoyingly, I want to go back and make a small addendum and clean up some small things. I think sort of the word that I was dancing around when I was trying to, but there was some merit to how I was explaining it. That, you can, when I say that you can suspend your responsibility, but then you have to kind of go back to that. The word that was maybe missing there is active responsibility. You can suspend an active responsibility, but you have to return to an active responsibility, and all the while keep an active hope about integrity or valuing integrity from the perspectival subconscious belief structure, which essentially, that all amounts to essentially that accountability can never be defeated or solved. It needs to be grounded in the subconscious perspective. So the accountability can never be suspended, even while you might suspend your active responsibility to return to it later, and then you will be accountable for essentially patching that, as it were. So that golden thread of that low resolution subconscious grounding, I think, is inescapable, essentially, or at least it must be considered thus. Otherwise, the understanding is fundamentally a kind of joker, or a kind of which is going to produce a kind of nihilism up the chain in terms of the propositional thing. So people, I think, they never solidified or grounded or structured their subconscious properly before they proceeded into what eventually metastasized as a kind of participatory cult, or some kind of trope within the general sort of set worshipping, or something like that. But I think that there was value in how I explained it, though, because even without the word active, because, if you use the word accountability, then you can, if you use a separate word, you can think that maybe you can ground that thing somewhere else, rather than a kind of resonance or a consonance, where these things are independently comporting with one another. Of the same spirit, or and this somewhat, I think, comports with the Trinity fundamentally, is that there are three parts to understanding God, and it would be something like the subconscious is related to the Father in terms of the spiritual parentage of the subconscious. The subconscious is really like the child in some sense, and the unconscious is governed by the Holy Ghost, and with its forbidden elements within it, and the ego is essentially the Word, which is properly actualized and embodied, and also goes through the crucifixion. But
the superego is hard to classify because in different stages it could perhaps be framed differently. But it could be potentially, you could say, sort of it's the condition of your heaven in terms of how you have um, mm, uh, arranged it, or that it's in some state of drama. It's in some chapter within the book of Revelation. It's in some stage of the book of Revelation in some sense, in that great synthesis. It is in something. It is something like the man behind the curtain, uh, that is somewhat, at least allegorically parallel to things like original sin and things like that. Um, but yeah, procedural. I mean, it's a. I must say it's hard because you know as soon as you start saying things like procedural, if you say that, well, this is corresponds to the procedural way of knowing things or something like that, it's problematic because it's so intrinsic, it's so innate within what it is that you're already doing, and then if you objectify it, then you're looking at it through the unconscious, and in some sense, this is actually upstream of the unconscious, not downstream of the unconscious. And so, assuming that it's downstream of the unconscious leads to the reverse crucifixion, and essentially, and is a kind of antichrist disposition. But in some sense, the antichrist disposition is the default, unless you are grounded by sound doctrine, and on the path, as it were, already in the process of salvation, and you don't already have it, and you haven't cottoned onto a poisonous doctrinal sort of. You haven't been misled by some kind of participatory cult, as it were, to give up your authentic grounding or your meek humility, or this, because I mean then the natural state is a kind of meekness, because you are fractured in some sense, you are incomplete, and you are working through that. You're working through the problem of the false ego before you can work on the integration between the ego and the superego, and then fully understand what it was that you were doing all along, and actually contextualizing the parts of the unconscious which you had your own contribution in, but that was otherwise veiled because it was being operated from behind a curtain, that the false ego is not itself privy to until the integration via the technology of the crucifixion. Anyway, the other point that I wanted to bring up, what was it? Was it something about dragons? What was it? Oh, yeah, so it's interesting because I think that essentially what happens is what false religion essentially does on some level, or false doctrine does, or at least in conjunction with the themes and subject matter of the cerebral histrionic and the demigod developmental obstacle, um, is that you end up using the participatory domain as a window or as a portal into gaining pseudo access to the superego content. But because you're conflating, you can't distinguish between your piece of the pie and you're kind of in a zero-sum conflation that you can't extricate yourself from, and it presents itself as this general nebulous homogenization. And the only thing that you can respect in that is the first movers of this in this identity matrix or whatever, which is governed predominantly by these dragons essentially. And so you are mapping the positive as far as you can tell, the outline of the sources of agency, or in I was listening to I can't remember his real name, Theodore Dalrymple. I think I've got the surname wrong, but the wonderful author. In his trigonometry interview, the most recent one, 2022, and I mean, I had long conversations with him a long time ago, just to ground all of this stuff. We had an interesting discussion about it, but I mean, I think he's made some modifications in how he presents and talks about these topics, how people clothe themselves in being. They describe their agency not as agency, but as a vector of forces when they're trying to make excuses for themselves, and make them seem as cogs in a clockwork worldly mechanism, but. That essentially the full bastardization of this, or the spiritual, when you're trying to receive the patronage of an idolatry, that you are trying to get pervade, the purveyorship of which is meant to provide. Reliable, steady state laws of patterned conformity in terms of how the prime source of the vectors in the worldly motions of the tumultuous seas, of the dead weight, of the residue of the living that are locked in the sea. You must remember, the salt in the sea came from a living thing that eventually burnt to ash, and then and the salt collects in the sea. So it literally is the coffin of the dead. But where only the salt remains, and not the spirit. And then also its motion is in a mockery of life itself, because the currents and the tides and can almost look like it is a living organism in terms of its oscillation, and sort of, it almost looks like a respiratory sort of structure, but that's all a mimicry, because in some sense that's all just further out conditional forces being applied to it, and it's the medium of having these disparate sources being is the medium through which those disparate sources are almost mathematically compounding into an uneasy synthesis, or it's not a true synthesis. It's just a kind of it's a chaotic thing that eventually leads into some kind of seasonal cycle, perhaps, or some kind of tidal shift. But this is not a living organism. That's just because the moon is acting on it. And obviously, it is possible that this can be completely cultivated and contained by moving the land, by moving the dry land and terraforming, essentially. But anyway, let me not get too much into the poetry of this metaphor. But the point is that these celestial objects of, let's say, things like the moon, these dragons, are then taken to be something like a pantheonic collectively they might as well be thought of as the gods, or something like that. And instead of looking underneath that stone, as it were, or looking deeper, and reconciling it with the thread of integrity and understanding and accountability and an active responsibility kind of accountability, instead of giving accountability to these things, to these despicable effigies of dead self-delusion. It is in some way to revere the bank of patterns, to sort of to be in awe at how much weight death can burden the living, and overshadow the living, and believe that the living spirit and free will must take a number, that it couldn't actually hope to repel these winds of and tidal forces, and withstand the sea, or could conquer the sea. But anyway, let me not get too much into poetry, and just say that at least when you're tracking these dragons, when you take those to be the positive things that you must track, and you are working out and then all of your positive values that are resonating with these dragons, essentially, because they are taken to be sort of the bedrock or the foundation of that you must be associated with their positive powers of control. You must be functioning under their auspice, granted license by them, and so that you can represent their majesty. You're not treating the participatory realm in the way in which it needs to be understood, which is essentially, and this, in fact, trying to treat the unconscious realm like this is so difficult that you even have to suspend your own responsibility within your subconscious, because you have to via negativa interrogate the mysteries until you have enough via negativa to go back to the subconscious and to create enough boundaries in which that you can bound up your own active responsibility in order to perhaps safeguard it from the continued also expansion of working out the mechanism of connection between the unconscious and the ego, the participatory and the propositional. But if you haven't sort of safeguarded, in some sense, if you haven't sussed out your earthen vessel to the extent to which that, because in some sense the way to contain the excellence of the spirit in the earthen vessel is that you have to know the weakness of the earthen vessel relative to the unconscious participatory arena, and not sort of try to overlook that shame or sore point. And and that means that in some sense you have to via negativa understand yourself relative to the way of the world, not so that you can get drunk on languishing in the shadow of that Tower of Babel, but that so that you're armored against the being pilloried, or having archers shooting at you from this stupid Tower of Babel. So what slings and arrows are liable to come, as it were, and you don't even think about being bound up in the argument, because you've already made the argument in the strongest possible case already, contemplatively, against yourself, via negativa, as it were. And this is essentially the useful armor of the sustained, but still the still back burner project of the subconscious, which only properly gets resolved from the superego, which means that first the ego and the superego have to work out some kind of integration, which is very tricky, because that can't happen until the unconscious is also simultaneously put down in its place, as it were. And so, you know, and this is a simultaneous mystery that has to be solved. This is a simultaneous equation that has to be solved for. And so you have to have sort of two sets of accounting, and you have to keep both of them straight, and they're both intersectional in terms of they interpenetrate each other, and you have to keep both stories independently straight. And you do also have to look at how they're synthesizing together, but not get drunk on that. But the general synthesis between these two different accounting stories is also the proto development of the general solution, as it were, or as the last integration, essentially. So that is a kind of anyway. I mean, I do think that this kind of stuff can probably be facilitated, you know, with let's say a spiritual teacher, which is, you know, what the pedagogy of and the communion and the structure of proper Christianity, and, you know, that, you know, with the gifts active and the stuff essentially laid down and understood, then it's much more easily facilitated, as it were. I mean, and, you know, there is not only a tradition, but I mean, like, there is actually a viable doctrine that already is in effect, that's capable of essentially doing this work, although doing it without the tool of an actual sort of preemptive roadmap in some sense, but with enough doctrinal and active gifts within the communion that they can sort of do a good enough job. But I do think that there is a great work that can be done. You know, Jesus himself says, "And there will many that will come after me and do greater works than I." And I think that one of those greater works is what my project has been involved in doing, which is essentially exactly mapping out the footprint of these doctrinal and scriptural processes that are described in Scripture. Anyway, okay. But yeah, so perhaps I didn't sew these points together exactly well, but essentially, yeah, this is why I think via negativa is essentially an indispensable, let's say, fuel or engine for developing genuine understanding. Because as soon as you start making positive associations and you start sloppily attaching things, you've already cottoned into, I think, the cerebral histrionic demigod type bullshit artistry, which essentially is why, you know, Jesus directly states in the Scripture, well, he lays it down. If any, it says in the Gospel of Luke, if any man will come to me and will not hate his mother and his father and his brother and his sister and even his own life, he cannot be my disciple. And, you know, that essentially the beginning of this kind of knowledge, or I mean, specifically what it, I mean, look, obviously there are other scriptures all over the place that are like, if you hate your brother, you can't, you know, you can't be connected to God if you hate your brother. And here we have a contradiction of that, where it says you must first hate all these things, your brother and your sister and even your own life. So what is this hate? This hate is obviously a kind of intellectual detachment in terms of the participatory associative via positiva or whatever is dangerous, essentially, without first running the stress test or turning over every stone and looking under every, leave no stone unturned, is one of the important ingredients in and you must follow after Jesus Christ and do the crucifixion yourself. There's no vicarious redemption. Ergo, Jesus Christ says he'll leave no stone unturned of this temple before the temple is rebuilt, and the temple is his mind, is is the technology of the crucifixion and the resurrection. Leave no stone unturned. And so, I mean, I connect that leave no stone unturned with hate your mother and your father and your brother and your sister and even your own life. Otherwise, you can't be a disciple. Okay, well, anyway, so yeah, I probably didn't follow that exactly perfectly, technically easily to follow in terms of the via positiva and via negativa, and then I started talking about two different accounting systems, and I guess, just to make it more explicit, the one accounting system is the I mean, and they can also proliferate. You can also talk about more accounting systems because they're the independent, the subconscious in itself, the propositional ego in itself, and then the kind of the correspondence between those things. So, you have to have an accounting of your active responsibility, an accounting of your general integrity or total accountability. And then, sort of that culminates into a third thing, which would be something like the spirit of your understanding, where your understanding leads you to. That's what spirit is very much like it is very much like the concept of a compass that points in a direction. It's where you are heading. It's a description of the direction that you're heading in, but it's not a material pointer. It's a style of being. It's a way of living, but these ways and these styles cannot be materially. You can't reduce them into material, participatory, stable structures. You can use participatory metaphors to gesture at them, but essentially it can only be cashed out in the propositional, because where is it leading to? That can only come from judgment. That can only come from discerning. That can only come from a fully grounded understanding that's independent of the participatory. And if people want to say, oh, well, that's meaningless without the participatory then, or something like that, because you need a medium or you need a language or something like that. But yes, when the constituent ingredient of language fundamentally is perspectival, and essentially, and you can say, well, without playing in the participatory realm, you'll never know anything about your own perspective without the contrast or something like that of other perspectives, which requires some kind of, yes, but the thing about grounding things in which one is more fundamental than the other, and also the importance of if you want to try to reduce things to something that's external rather than something that's within, there's a fundamental sort of abrogation of the concept of integrity. You're basically saying, well, integrity is unintelligible fundamentally. It's a fundamental kind of nonsense, except by the grace of some external thing, which then you have to have a blind faith connection to. So then you're already loving the darkness. You're loving the non-understanding that supposedly gets relabeled as understanding. But sorry, I was going to make another point. What was that other point? The subconscious. So, even within the metatype structure, I guess, of these four sides of the mind, the understanding itself is slightly transcendent of the, because it is a synthesis between two independent sections of this. So I guess there almost is a kind of emergent sort of property going on there. And then that emergent property gets confused by the participatory unconscious. And you have to sort of make sure that that isn't confused. That you keep that kind of story straight. But as soon as you get your hands mucky with the via positiva, that is fundamentally, that via positiva is depending on, is leaning on a participatory structure, you're never going to regain your integrity. It's never, because you've really relinquished it in the day thereof. That one is sort of fundamentally slithering in the knowledge of good and evil that is effectively being represented to you by the unconscious side of the mind. So you're conflating the superego parent function with the unconscious. Which is, I literally, the connection between the superego parent function and the unconscious is literally called in my, it's one of the elements of the primary counteroffer, and that element is the answer. So the primary counteroffer is made up of the answer and the prayer. The prayer is how the structure of the unconscious relates to its own foundation, and the answer is how the structure of the superego is being read by the foundation of the unconscious. And so you have people who are literally just trying to hold on to that answer, and they're trying to make that answer the answer of their prayer, and so as long as all of their prayers get answered, and but in some sense the problem is that they're conforming their prayer to their answer. So they start with the answer and then they sort of reverse engineer the prayer, because essentially the subconscious has subordinated itself to the unconscious, when the subconscious is actually, if I can put it like this, it's phenomenologically, ontologically prior. I don't want to make fundamental ontological claims, but if you allow me to phrase it like that, it's certainly phenomenologically hyphenated, phenomenologically hyphen ontologically prior, or prime. And you have to basically proceed from the subconscious. You can't proceed from the superego, at least if you want to rescue the ego, because the existence of the superego immediately places the ego in sin. And so if you want to rescue the ego, or if you want to redeem something in the ego, or if there's going to be a resurrection of something from the ego, you have to cordon off the superego. But in some sense this naturally already happens, because even people that are unconscious focused, if I can put it like that, in some constructive way or another, using which are doing so at the expense of their identity complex, of their understanding within the false ego complex, they've found a false equilibrium, I guess, but that they are orientated around the knowledge of good and evil. Essentially, they have homogenized with the knowledge of good and evil, and which is also another kind of doctrinal warning flag, but obviously people have been inoculated to this by all the misleading false doctrines and all that kind of stuff, so they can kind of square any circle like this, just so that they can have their cake and eat it. But I think another element of this is that fundamentally they are interested in dragons. if I can put it like that. That they, which again also kind of makes sense, because the dragon is essentially, in the superego, is the only positive source of motivation in the entire false ego complex. So everything is essentially thematically centered around vindicating that cognitive function. It is, in some sense, the most ascendant dimension of psychological reality. In some sense, it's the only game that they have a hope of winning at, or something like that. So wanting to have their dragon comport with other dragons in a kind of in a linked up chain of associative collateral support and participation, is just another way of trying to settle or assuage the fundamental fragmentation that's within the individual, just using the world as the dramatization of that kind of coping mechanism. Sorry, I've left so many half threads not exactly resolved, but slowly circling the point that I want to make around the unconscious and about the manifestation of the dragons in the unconscious, which is a virtual thing. This is not something that's real, but it's something that people are spiritually doing via their own teleological outlook or worldview. It's something that they are spiritually engaged in, and it is one of the elements of essentially insanity that is somewhat related to their particular machining of their particular false ego complex. But, you can just generally regard it as these are all just species of sicknesses of allowing the unconscious side of the mind to run amok. And to create a narrative to ground yourself in, rather than an understanding. There was an insightful thing that I'm skipping over that I was getting close to describing, that I derailed myself by adding other descriptions to other things, but something about maybe something about the Holy Ghost. It's interesting, in 1 John chapter 5, when it mentions the Trinity, it gives them in this order. It says the Father, the Word, and the Holy Ghost, and I do think that that is the correct developmental order. The subconscious related to the Father, the ego related to the Word, and lastly, it's spoken the Holy Ghost, which is, and it's sort of in that order of understanding as well, that you have to understand the Father before you understand the Word, and you have to understand the Word before you understand the Holy Ghost. So I think that that is almost a kind of pedagogical list of priority, as it were. And in that way, it prioritizes the development of the sides of the mind, the subconscious, the ego, the unconscious. And then I was thinking of adding something completely else, but it was just kind of an interesting dialogue that I constructed in my head about answering questions that are difficult. It's probably not useful to go into that. Hmm. No, I think I've pretty much covered everything I was going to cover. Maybe stop putting off my clerical work. That'll probably unlock a lot of doors, specifically about other kind of, let's say, virtual dragon manifestations, if I can put it like that, or permutations. Because I mean, in some sense, I think that will have the greatest bearing in terms of almost sociological, or it might be a useful way to understand how people are interacting with one another, in terms of how metatypes or metagram circuitry as a structure, as an entire suite of predilections and mechanisms, how that will perhaps be mediated. Looking at the dragon component of that might be interesting as a toolkit for elucidating the levels of toxic collaboration, as it were, or let's say mutually complicit psychopathology and stuff like that, essentially. It might relate to that, but only in such an obtuse way that it's not really that useful as a clinical insight, or as a something that I would be able to translate into a useful, teachable kind of insight that is transmissible. But if it's not obtuse, it might be something that can be specifically looked out for or tracked. It might be something that can be specifically I mean, if it doesn't correlate to specific features, then it's only going to have a kind of abstract bearing, and that means that only very intuitive people will be able to kind of pick up on. Well, there might actually be multiple ways in which it might lead to different kinds of manifestations and completely separable kinds of because in some sense the manifestation that is caused might have to do with the peculiar combination of how different sequencing can get into a kind of rhythmic positive reinforcement with each other. And so I mean, this might be what is witnessed when you're dealing with people who have a kind of brittle understanding, or at least they can be consonant with each other within certain, it's almost as if like two beats in a song that are actually dissonant, but for some sections can sort of be collaborative, as a kind of analogy.